national security contributor and former CIA officer and FBI agent Tracy Walder. Tracy worked in the CIA Counterterrorism Center before, on, and after 9/11. Tracy, good morning to you. I wanted to have you on because you talk about this day in your book, The Unexpected Spy, how it started like any other day for you, headed into work. You listened to your Sting CD in the car, pulling up to the lot early that morning, and a couple hours later, that secure phone rang on your desk.
Thank you for having me, Marky. I don't know that I've ever had the opportunity to actually talk about that day because there's so many emotions that really go behind it. And you're right, it started like really any other day. I was in the Counterterrorism Center reading through the information that had sort of come in overnight. And I think a thing people don't realize is that we can't bring our cell phones into work. We also don't have access to open internet. We have to go someplace within the building to do that. And so I actually didn't know that the first plane had hit the World Trade Center until someone called me in an outbuilding and told me to turn on the TV. I didn't initially think with the first plane hitting that it was terrorism, but when I turned on the TV and I saw the second plane hit, I knew that it was Al-Qaeda and I knew we were under attack.
And you knew we were in trouble. You had been tracking Osama bin Laden before the attacks even took place on this morning. Had he or Al-Qaeda been leaving clues or breadcrumbs along the way leading up to that day that indicated to you that an attack like this was about to take place?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for
that's
hopping
an interesting question. And what's hard is that 9/11 for me is associated with a lot of guilt, that we should have been able to stop it. But when you look back, terrorists don't just, I guess, pick up the phone and talk about what they're going to do. They speak in code. And I think we had put some pieces together that chatter was increasing, but they didn't tell us what they were going to do, when they were going to do it, and how they were going to attack. And so really, we can only just sort of game plan, I guess, at that point. We knew things were increasing, but I don't think we fully understood what they were going to do.
Yeah, and I know that you also talk about, you were in the CIA's Counterterrorism Center the night that American troops located bin Laden in the mountains of Afghanistan. That was December of 2001, but they lost track of him. What then went into the years-long process of tracking
Good morning, everybody.
and ultimately hunting him down? And what was that like for you, not just professionally, but personally and psychologically to follow that hunt?
Well, it's interesting. I think in the moment, you don't really have time to reflect on how you're feeling about that. Obviously, later, I do feel a sense of responsibility and guilt. But I think with bin Laden, that night that we lost him was really a turning point for me. We lost him over the mountains.
And I want to say good morning, everybody. We're going to be doing real time for the next 2 hours as things went. I want to say good morning to everybody. I appreciate you hopping in. We'll be starting this off here in just a few minutes. And then after that, we'll go ahead and have some conversation. So for this episode, I just want to say good morning. And
Howard Hughes lived the American dream.
Here we go.
He was wealthy beyond belief, dated beautiful movie stars, and made record-breaking flights. But the man who could have it all for years just wanted to be left alone. Because of that, much of his life has remained a mystery until now. Author Richard Hack uncovers America's first billionaire in his new book, simply called Hughes. Richard Hack, good morning. Good to see you.
Thank you very much.
You say, I'm fine, thank you. You say this is a different perspective on Howard Hughes because the other books have been written based on stories told by people who knew him. You think this is his point of view. How could that be?
Well, I made the effort to try to get inside his mind. This is, he was America's first billionaire, and he was a famous film producer after all. He did, you'll recall, The Outlaw with Jane Russell and the Press, and he
thank you, Cherry for this
comedy film. He also flew around
American
the world,
flag.
Records. He also bought half of Las Vegas, and he also was America's #1 defense contractor, and he dated all those beautiful women that you know, Katharine Hepburn,
right.
Davis, Lana Turner. But the fact was, this is a man that absolutely was elusive. To everyone who knew him, they knew him differently. So you interview someone, and they will give you a different story each time.
He demanded his privacy. He was obsessive about it, and yet he had the people who work for him keep detailed records of every move he made, from the time he ate to the time he went to the bathroom. Why?
this is the story. He did not have that done. They did it so they could keep track and refer to it, because he was so compulsively controlling that when he would talk to them, they'd have to know exactly what he was talking about. He had an incredible memory.
Did he know they were keeping these records?
No. He did not know they had the records, and when he found out about it, he wanted them all destroyed as they were going. He thought they were destroyed. The fact that they weren't destroyed would have killed him if he hadn't already been
And
dead.
it's some of those documents that were kept about him that you scoured to write this book.
Over 110,000 pages I rifled through.
You say he was known as a great ladies' man. However, you say perhaps that was a bit of a myth, that he was not all that great a lover. He dated Katharine Hepburn.
Yes, he certainly did. She moved in with him at one point, brought the maid, the butler, and the 3 dogs. Mm-hmm.
Why did she move out? What happened between the two of them?
Well, she found out that he was dating Betty Davis. That sort of puts a crimp on things, when you think you're the only one. He proposed to all these ladies, mind you.
And then they'd all find out that he had somebody else on the side.
When Ginger Rogers found out, she threw a bag full of jewelry at him, only to learn the next day that he also repossessed her station wagon that he had given her.
We have a photo that I think was the last picture ever taken of Howard Hughes. And the weird thing is it was taken 25 years before he died.
That's right.
Why did he retreat so thoroughly from the public?
Well, for one thing, he didn't have to deal with them. He had so much money that he could lay naked in a bed, blacked out room, talking on the telephone, and do all his business. Everybody else was out there doing it. And on top of that, he was a sociopath. He didn't like people. He didn't like even his aides, who were the only people he saw. He didn't allow to talk to him.
You talk about the cleanliness issue, the fear of germs.
Yes.
Perhaps a result of the way his mother raised him.
Definitely. She would wash him down with lye soap every morning. She would check his teeth like a horse. She looked in the toilet at his feces to see if there was tapeworms. But mind you, it was a time that there were...
This is a special report from News Channel 4.
Good morning, everybody. I am Jane Hansen in the News Channel 4 studio this morning to bring you some news. We are looking at a picture now of the World Trade Center, and we have an eyewitness on the telephone who tells us that he has seen an airplane crash into the World Trade Center. His name is Tony Arrigo. He is on East 12th Street. Tony, can you please tell us what you witnessed?
Yes, I can tell you what happened. I was taking the garbage out of the building when we heard this roaring engines coming. We looked up and there was a plane. Next thing you know, we heard boom. We ran up to the corner and hit right into the World Trade Center.
Tony, can you tell us what kind of an airplane is it?
It had to be a 737. It had to hit the World Trade Center. It was a big, big plane.
Okay, and what do you see at this point?
Oh, smoke and screaming and, screaming engines, and all the fire engines and police departments are all traveling down that way. Oh, my God almighty, the black smoke all over the place. I hope there's got to be somebody killed in it and poor people that went to work.
Well, Tony, we don't have any confirmation from any officials of this happening. Just repeat again, you were just going outside.
I was bringing the garbage out to the freight entrance when we heard this roaring engine. We looked up and there was the plane. Next thing we know, in a matter of seconds, we heard a boom. We went to the corner, and there it was, right in the middle of the World Trade Center.
Where are you standing right now, Tony?
I'm right in the building right now.
Okay, and what do you see at this point?
Oh, people all staring up there, looking at it and all. Oh, my God, the smoke is coming out, black billow smoke.
Okay, you can see we are physically looking at one of our sky cams right now. We can see billowing smoke from the top of the World Trade Center, Tony.
Yeah.
Are there other people that are around you at this point? Is everybody in pretty much of a state of shock?
Oh, of course they are. People are all in shock. The people in the building are in shock going out. My God almighty, this is a real disaster. This is worse than the one that hit the Empire State Building back in 1939 or 38, whenever that was.
Okay. Tony, how long ago did you witness this happening?
Oh, come on, 10 minutes ago.
10 minutes ago?
That's about all.
Okay. And again, we're putting our camera in. We are pushing our camera into the top of the World Trade Center, and we can see that there appears to be some fairly significant damage to the top of it.
Oh, yes, there's got to be at least 15 floors that were hit with the plane.
Tony, I'm keeping asking you to describe this for me because as I'm telling...
What happened was I was taking the garbage out of the building to go into the freight entrance to dump it. When I heard this big roaring going, what's going on? I looked up, and there's this plane zooming right over, not too high up. And then the next thing I hear in a few seconds was boom. So I ran up to the corner, and there it was, right in the middle of the World Trade Center.
Tony, we are looking at the World Trade Center as we speak. I can witness that there appears to be some things falling off of the building as we are looking at it.
It's got to hit at least 7, 8, 15 stories it had it banged into.
Uh-huh.
Oh, and it's halfway in the building.
Okay. And again, let me reiterate what we appear to be watching. Again, we have only an eyewitness and only what we are showing you on our live sky cam at this moment. But there does appear to be a plane of some sort that has crashed into the World Trade Center. If you look, it appears the top.
Almost on the top. Almost
at the top. Okay.
Three-quarters up.
Yeah, at least three-quarters, if not, very close to the top. But we can see that the building, there is a lot of structural damage, and there is a lot of smoke.
Structure. Yes, ma'am. I just hope nobody. I wish they weren't there. Oh my God, this is a real disaster if anybody's gone to work.
Tony, thank you very much. We appreciate your sharing what you witnessed with us.
My pleasure. Thank you. And I'm at 31 East 12th Street.
Okay, we are now going to go to another eyewitness, Ed Buddha. Ed, can you please tell us what you witnessed?
All right, I was ready to get on the ferry, and people started yelling and screaming, and smoke and flames were coming out towards the top of the building. And I'm still on the ferry now, and I can see it. Smoke is coming out of both sides, so whatever went into it, it looks like it just went right through it. It's really bad. A lot of people. I just heard somebody say that they thought it was a 737 that went through the building.
Mm-hmm, but you, at this point, you cannot physically see any remnants of an airplane or anything such as that. Can you not? Ed, are you still on the telephone with me? That was Ed Buddha, another eyewitness who was on a ferry, and apparently we've lost our contact with Ed at this hour. But take a look at these pictures. They are live pictures. Our Skycam that is looking at one of the World Trade Center buildings from Lower Manhattan. You can see that there has been some sort of damage to this building. At this point, we do not know exactly what happened. We have had an eyewitness named Tony Arrigo, who was on East 12th Street, looked up into the sky, and he says it appears to him that an airplane struck the upper portion of that building. We are now going to go to Mary Corza on the telephone, who is another eyewitness. Mary, can you tell us what you saw? Mary? Mary, are you there?
I am here.
Mary, can you please tell us what you saw and where you are?
I'm at 14th Street and 5th Avenue, and we saw a plane flying low overhead, which caught all of our attention. We looked up. It was making a beeline to the World Trade Center. It was very low, extremely low. Not a big plane like an airliner, but not a tiny propeller plane either. A small jet plane.
We can now see flames coming from the building. It appeared to you that the airplane was directly aimed at the World Trade Center?
It did appear that way to many of us that were here on the ground, yes.
Okay.
And when it hit, there was the big boom, a big cloud of smoke, some flames, and then mostly smoke. It just started flaming now.
Have you witnessed any people coming out of the building? Have they been able to tell you anything at this point?
No, I'm all the way up on 14th Street, so I can't see the building down below. It was only maybe a minute or two before you could hear sirens coming, so they did alert people right away, obviously. But you probably have a better fix on how many floors were damaged. It looks like quite a few floors.
Yeah, from what we're looking at, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I would say 15 to 18 stories, and there is debris falling off that building as we speak.
You did see shattered glass raining down after it hit, and like I said, a big cloud of smoke. But you couldn't tell much more from 14th Street.
Now, we had an earlier eyewitness that told us he thought it appeared to be a 737. What you saw was a small, perhaps twin-engine airplane?
No, not a twin-engine. It was a jet of medium to smallish proportions. Not a big airliner, though.
Okay. Okay, so it appeared to be and what you heard this sound. I'm just trying to understand what happened. You heard a sound. That's what compelled you to look up into the sky.
Right. You could hear a jet coming overhead, and it sounded low. So many of us looked up to see what was, because it sounded so close. We all looked up, and like I said, it didn't look like it was swerving or out of control. It was going steadily lower. It was, definitely going steadily lower, but it wasn't dropping like nose first or anything that would make you think that the plane was in trouble.
Right. which then, of course, raises the question exactly what was that airplane doing and how did this occur?
Right.
But the airplane did not appear to be in trouble to you.
I don't know enough about airplanes to know what it should look like, but it wasn't nose down, or it wasn't swerving up and down or left and right. It was making a straight, steady decline towards the World Trade Center.
Mary, I'm hearing what sounds to be an awful lot of people that are either crying or sobbing or something in the background.
That's my baby wondering why I'm still standing here. But there are a lot of us who are shaking or with tears coming down our faces, because it's mind-boggling to think about how many people are up there who, aren't anymore.
Exactly. And Mary, again, thank you very much. I appreciate your comments with us this morning. And I'm certain it was quite a frightening sight to have watched this. Let me reiterate what we think you're looking at. And again, we have no confirmation of exactly what happened, but it is obviously clear that something has hit the World Trade Center, shattering the windows and much of the building from what appears to be perhaps the top 15 to 20 stories of the building. We can see thick black smoke. We have seen flames erupting from it. We can tell you that we've had three eyewitnesses on the telephone. Mary Koza, who's been on the phone with us, has just told us that it appeared to be a medium-sized jet. She heard a sound, a buzzing sound, looked up, and she saw this airplane going into the building. Now, Mary said she did not know if the airplane did not appear to her to be in any kind of trouble. But again, she obviously said to us she did not know enough about airplanes to know exactly what happened. We obviously at this moment are trying to find out exactly what did happen. There are numerous emergency vehicles and officials that have raced to this scene. We do not know in terms of injuries or fatalities. We have absolutely no information about that at this point in time. All we can tell you is that something has obviously crashed into the World Trade Center, and our eyewitnesses have told us it was an airplane of some sort. There have been some reports it might have been a 737. Others have told us it could be a medium-sized jet of some sort. And again, we had a gentleman tell us that he was simply taken out the garbage and
I can talk.
And that he looked up in the sky and he saw this happen. And of course, there was a lot of shock and a lot of sadness from the people who looked up into the sky and witnessed this just a short time ago. You can see we have Chopper 4 is now on the scene. April and Monica, what can you tell us from your vantage point?
Well, we can see right here as we were coming up the Hudson River, we can see thick black smoke indicating the fire is still going on right now in the World Trade Center. For as far as the eye can see, and you can tell right here at the top of this tower, there's a huge gaping hole, flames still inside, thick black smoke still coming out. We have not been able to see what, if any kind of an aircraft is inside the building. This is the best vantage point right here. And as you can see, just a huge gaping hole throughout the entire side of this tower right now.
April, can you see down to the street to see what might be going on down there? Are there signs of the people that have evacuated the building? What can you tell? Can you see anything down there? Or are you simply not close enough at this point?
We are simply not close enough right at this point. We are following the smoke in the air right now. There are several boats and watercraft, as we can see in the river right now. We'll try to get a better vantage point and see what we can see on the ground. It's a little difficult from the air because the buildings kind of shadow the streets, but no doubt a lot of activity on the ground right now.
And in terms of the firefighting capabilities, when you get up to this high level, I assume the firefighters have got to get up there and, fight it from inside. If you're taking a look now, you can see that we've just had another explosion, and that is considerably lower. And is that in the other building? Is that what I'm witnessing?
That apparently does look like it is in the other building at this point.
And that looks to be lower, which means there, obviously there are considerable numbers of stories above that explosion that we just saw. Perhaps we can get another look from one of our sky cams that can take a different angle. Yes, you can tell that it now appears that both buildings are suffering some kind of damage this morning. My colleague Glenn Walker has just joined me here in the studio. And Glenn, I don't know if you've received any other information, but perhaps you can, again, go over what we do know at this point, which is pretty much visual and what eyewitnesses have told us.
Well, I would hate to speculate, but that looks like a completely separate incident right there. I mean, this building has been the subject of terrorist attacks in the past, and I certainly wouldn't want to speculate at this time, but that is a separate explosion.
Yes, it is.
In the other building. Now, we have tried to get a hold of the Port Authority, which manages the building. We haven't been able to get an answer. We did call MTA, and the MTA says a subway service as of right now is continuing, so that's not a problem because it's obviously very below, but I imagine that will change very quickly after what we just witnessed. That was a dramatic explosion. Again, it was in the separate tower than the one to where the plane just crashed into about a half hour ago.
Yes, and again, there was no sign of any airplane close to that explosion, nor was there any reason to believe it would be that it could have been an after effect or a repercussion of the original, what we believe was an airplane going into one of the Twin Towers, and both of them now appear to be on fire. We have no word of casualties, injuries, fatalities. What you can see is heavy, heavy black smoke. You can see flames. How far down do you think that goes on the second of the World Trade Center
I would say
buildings?
that is probably maybe 7, 8 floors below from where the plane crashed into the original fire that we saw in the separate building. But that, as I said, it just looked like an explosion. It had nothing to do with the plane crashing into the first building.
Exactly. And of course, there are thousands of employees in those buildings. It is a regular work day. We have no information about anybody who is inside there and what kind of shape they might be in. We, at this point, are seeking confirmation of exactly what happened, particularly what just happened with this second apparent explosion. And I don't even know.
We're going to look at the tape of this last explosion. Maybe we can pick up something here. We said we were talking about what was going on, and then suddenly there was a big explosion in the second building.
There it is.
There it is right there.
Seems to be completely unrelated to the first one.
I didn't catch it, but I have to say, it looks like something went into the building.
Yes,
possibly another airplane.
Well, perhaps from the other side, because we've only got the one vantage point here. What we can tell you about the building on the right is that eyewitnesses have told us that I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
We have another witness on the phone. Arlene Morris, are you there?
I am.
Can you tell us what you saw?
Yes, I was sitting at my desk and I heard this big boom, a loud sound. And when I looked out the window, the top floor on the World Trade Center, there's flames just coming down, crashing down to the ground on the west side. All the cars, and they were like running into each other, and the flames just started coming down real hard. Then another sound exploded again, another impact.
What building are you in? How far away?
I'm in the World Finance Center, but my window's is opposite side to the World Trade Center. I'm in the C Tower.
Did you just see another explosion?
No, I heard it because I'm holding on the phone with you. So I heard another big boom again. It just exploded again.
Do you see people leaving the building?
We left. Everybody left already. I'm the only one here on my floor. I gotta get out.
But what can you tell us about the build? Can you see people on the ground from the two?
At the bottom, yes, and then the fire brigade, and they came. Everything else, they're downstairs there right now.
Do you see people that are injured? What can you?
No, I can't. I'm on the 28th floor.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's minute to my vision. I really can't see too much.
All right. Thank you very much, Arlene, and please get out of that building and seek safety.
Thank you. I'm leaving right now. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, be safe. We have another witness, Janice Huff, on the telephone. I'm not sure if it's our Janice Huff, but she apparently was a witness to the second explosion.
You saw this? Where are you?
No. Listen, I'm watching TV right now.
Yes.
Yeah. And, I can see the pictures that we have of the building, the first building, the one with the tower on the top. And as I'm watching it and you're talking, I see a plane flying behind the other tower, and I see it getting closer and closer to the building, and I'm thinking, is that a plane? And it was, and all of a sudden I see this explosion in the other tower. So there was another plane.
So there was another plane with a second explosion.
From what I am looking at on television, from the angle that I was looking.
Here's a replay right here, I believe.
When I was watching looking at the first tower, I noticed that there was a small plane coming around the side of the building. You see it there on the right?
I see it. I see
so
it.
It's coming
I
down.
see it right there.
There it is right there.
I see it.
And then it goes boom right there. Watch.
That's
there it is.
You're absolutely right.
Oh, my goodness.
So I don't know if it's a helicopter helicopter or a plane, but it was certainly flying, and it went right into the building.
It was a plane.
Can we show that again, please? I clearly did not notice that the first time.
Right.
I think we need to take a look at that again. Obviously, what we are looking at are the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in flames. We know nothing yet about the number of people, what has exactly happened there. We can only tell you what we have witnessed and what eyewitnesses have told us. Now, here we're going to look at this tape again. Here it comes.
I think we definitely have to open this up to speculation. This could be a deliberate attack.
Yes. Okay. Now, up on the right-hand side of our screen, let's take a look, and we will show you what Janice has pointed out to us. There it comes. It's not in the screen yet.
It's not in the screen yet.
Upper top, there it is. You see it coming down.
Do you see that coming in? You can see that. It looks.
It goes between the two buildings.
And it's coming right for
right
it.
there.
Yep.
Right there. There it is.
There.
It's right for it.
Obviously, we know nothing more than what we're looking at. We should tell you at this point that all 3 New York City airports have been shut down. We know nothing about who or what might be responsible if indeed this was an attack. Again, we've had eyewitnesses on the telephone talking about the first explosion. We had 2 people that told us that they saw an airplane, medium-sized airplane, going into the first tower, and then we just showed you what we saw on the videotape.
Yes. Let's go to April and Monica up in Chopper 4 with some more information. April?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining.
April, can you hear us? I guess we'll get to April in just a moment. I know that they've certainly made April and any of the other choppers who are in the area trying to cover this story back off, because obviously what they want to do is get their work done in terms of rescue and getting people out of there.
Now, as you just mentioned, all 3 airports are closed. And I would imagine especially after seeing that second airplane crash into the second tower, I would imagine that the military right now is up in the skies, and I'm sure that they are certainly scanning the area for any more aircraft that could possibly be trying to come into the area.
You will remember that the World Trade Towers were the subject of an attack. How many years ago was it now? 10, 11? I can't even remember for sure. But again, there has been a lot of security there. There has been obviously, they've been very consistent in keeping those buildings rather secure. So once again,
always secure at the bottom.
That's right.
You know, you can't get it from ground level, but obviously very vulnerable up in the sky.
Exactly. So let us again reiterate what we know and what we think we know, because this is something that happened about 25 minutes ago.
Yes.
There were 2 explosions. The first one happened, maybe it was a half an hour ago. And there were eyewitnesses that told us on the first of the towers, the one that is closest to me, closest to your screen, I should say. Eyewitnesses told us they witnessed an airplane that apparently was making a beeline for that building. And there was an explosion, and you can see the damage. Then,
just a couple of minutes ago, we saw a second explosion. When we went back and looked at the videotape, it was very clear that a plane was coming. It was very clear that a plane was coming from the right over the Hudson River and went between the 2 buildings and then slammed into the second building. That was the second explosion. First time we saw it, we didn't really catch the plane, but after a call from Janice Huff, she pointed it out to us, and sure enough, a second aircraft looked like it made a deliberate beeline for the second tower, and we saw that explosion just a little bit lower than the original explosion in the first tower.
Obviously, this is already having quite an effect on the city of New York. Here take a look at this video. Let's just look at this one more time. There you see the plane.
Between the 2 buildings.
And then you see the explosion.
Right there. Unbelievable.
Let us tell you that all of the airports in the New York City metropolitan area are closed down right now. Subway lines 1, 2, 3, and 9 have all been, the service has been, it's been cut off for the moment. And we will continue to bring you up to date on what is going on. And we actually, are hoping we'll be able to talk to somebody from the mayor's office in just a few minutes to see what they might know.
Okay, right now, let's, as you can see, the chopper force had to back off. Let's go back to April and Monica up top. April?
Okay, what we can tell you right now from up here in Chopper 4. We cannot get any closer than about 5 miles to the scene because we need to keep this far back. But you can see the black smoke as far as we are away. We can zoom in here for you. First, you saw the smoke from the one tower. Then we witnessed an explosion on the other tower. Now, we think that there was a plane that actually headed into that second tower at some point, and that's what caused that second explosion. We are unable to get close enough to actually show you or tell you what's going on at the ground, but an unbelievable sight here from above the Hudson River at this vantage point. Back to you.
I'm just looking at the wire service at this point, and it tells us that the FBI is investigating reports of a plane hijacking before the World Trade Center crashes. Now, that's all they're telling us. We know nothing more than that. Again, what's been happening here this morning, we have no absolute confirmation of anything other than what we can see with our own eyes. And now the FBI is telling us that there has been some sort of a plane hijacking that they're investigating.
Yeah, we have another witness on the telephone right now who actually saw the second explosion. Elena?
Cortella. Elena, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you clearly.
Where are you? Tell us what you saw.
Well, actually, I was washing my dishes at my window, and I heard a very low plane, which usually does happen. But when I looked up, it was like I was actually gliding with it. And I saw it, it actually went straight into one of the Twin Towers. It was like it sunk right into the floor. It disintegrated instantly.
Can you tell us what kind of an airplane it was?
It looked like a huge 747. It was a big airline. It wasn't a small jet. It was a big carrier.
And you couldn't see anybody? Could you see a pilot or any such thing?
No, I actually it was like side by side. It was like I was right behind it. It was huge. I couldn't believe how low it was. I was telling my roommate, this plane is very low. And I actually saw it go straight into the Twin Towers. Like, why is he going into the building? It was like it was almost deliberately glided into the building.
Elena, where exactly do you live? Where did you see this from? Battery Park City?
No, I'm in the East Village on 13th Street.
And you then saw the plane go into the building, and I assume you saw the resulting...
You better believe it. I saw an explosion like I have never seen. And all I can say is those people, I don't know, but they're all definitely disintegrated. It was the most awful thing I've ever seen. It was so sad. I was like a nervous wreck.
Well, I don't blame you. I appreciate you.
It really was awful. And all I can say is we should pray for those people, because it looked to me that it was deliberate. Unless the pilot had a heart attack, it was like this big 747 just went right into the floor of the Twin Towers.
Well, Elena,
yes.
We thank you very much for calling us and giving us this information.
Absolutely.
And, obviously stick with us, because we are going to find out what happened. We just simply do not know for sure yet, other than the fact that airplanes ran into both of the Twin Towers about half an hour ago, 18 minutes apart was one attack from the other. I shouldn't call it attack. One ramming into the tower to the other. So,
but you say we are getting reports that the FBI is investigating possibly these two planes have been hijacked, and I would have to think if she's correct, and it was a commercial airliner that went into the second building, then I think we've definitely got a very serious situation. Well, obviously we have a serious situation anyway, but without going too much into speculation, I think we are definitely possibly looking at a terrorist attack here.
What we do not know, the FBI has not said where they are investigating the reports of the planes being hijacked from.
Right.
Obviously, it had to be a fairly recent hijacking if that's indeed what happened, because there were no previous reports that would have led to any kind of speculation about what was going to happen next. If we might, could we take a look at that video one more time that shows the second explosion? The first explosion happened at about 10 minutes to 9 this morning. The second one was about 18 minutes later. And here we were on the air, and this is what we saw. Look over to, you're going to look over to the right of the screen. And in just a couple of minutes, as we widen out here, you will see what it appears to be a relatively small aircraft moving into the shot. Do you see it in the upper right coming in? And there you see it.
Absolutely incredible.
Again, we have no knowledge of who was in that airplane, who was piloting it.
We don't, if it was hijacked, we don't know if it was full of passengers or not.
We do not know. We simply know at this point that we have the tops of two towers that are clearly in flames. We are going to continue to seek out the information for you. Let's reiterate what our eyewitnesses have told us.
Well, we had the first plane crashing into the tower, which, if you're looking at your TV screen, would be on your right. We had a few phone calls. People said it looked like the plane deliberately went into the building. Some people were not too sure. And about 18 minutes later, right here on live television, the second plane came into the picture and crashed into the second tower a little farther down. And the witnesses we just talked to on the telephone just a few minutes ago, she said that she saw it fly by the window of her apartment building. She lives on the Lower East Side, and she said that it looked like a commercial airliner to her.
Yes, she said it looked like a relatively huge airplane.
Yes.
And again, the FBI is investigating reports of at least one plane hijacking and possibly two. Let's go to the telephone once again. We have Kay Cummings on the phone. Kay, what can you tell us?
I was watching the Channel 4 and the World Trade Center, which I can see really clearly from my window, and there was a big plane that was heading right straight for the second tower. It looked like a commercial plane, not a small plane. And I kept thinking, this is too low, it's too low, it's too low. And then it went right in. And you could see it was headed right for it.
Now, was this the first plane or the second?
Second plane.
The second plane.
I didn't see the first one.
And where exactly are you?
I'm on 12th Street in Hudson, and I have an unobstructed view of the World Trade Center from my bedroom.
Okay, and that airplane appeared to you to be a pretty good size as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, it looked like a commercial airplane. It came from the Jersey side, southwest side, coming toward the World Trade Center, very low.
We have now reports on the wires that the FBI is investigating this as foul play, a crime here, obviously. Looks like this is definitely deliberate.
Kay, what can you tell us about what you can see from the neighborhood right now? Do you see? I mean, can you see the street at all? Can you see anything?
No, I'm I'm in the village.
Okay.
All I can tell you is that there are loads of fire engines and police cars and sirens all heading down.
And as we are looking at live pictures, our Skycam view, I assume you're seeing somewhat the same view from your windows. You can see it's still appears to be burning pretty much out of control.
You can see the fire, and I can see the fire in the second building and the first.
And you've seen debris falling off.
Yes. Down to the helicopter. That's fine.
Yeah.
No, it's just a situation because of the height of the buildings. It's going to be very hard for the fire department to get up there and put these fires out.
Absolutely. Kay, we thank you very much. I assume that you were pretty shocked when you saw what happened before your very eyes.
It was horrible. It was just one of those things you see and you can't stop. It was just, I don't know. I've never seen anything like that. It was horrible.
Okay, we of course have seen something similar to this back in February of '93. That of course was when the terrorist bombing of the World Trade Center, and that was of course a major disaster, and a lot of fatalities there. And this is obviously very frightening to have this happen 8 years later like this.
Well, it is, and again, they put huge security measures in play for getting into those structures. But as you pointed out earlier,
they're vulnerable from the sky.
They're vulnerable apparently from the sky.
Yeah.
Let's just tell you that we have no word at this point about injuries, fatalities, or anything like that, and we certainly would not want to speculate at this point. Emergency crews are on the scene. We will bring you what information we can get from them as soon as we get it. Now, as we said in Washington, the FBI is investigating reports of a plane hijacking before these crashes. There are two planes that apparently have been involved. We have physically witnessed one of them on our live camera. We do not know exactly what planes they were, what size they were, but our eyewitnesses have told us they appear to be pretty good-sized airplanes.
Well, maybe there's a little discrepancy on the first plane. Some people are saying it was a smaller craft. Some people are saying it was a larger craft, but definitely the witnesses we've talked to as far as the second explosion said that it definitely was a commercial airliner that crashed into the second tower. Again, the FBI is investigating this as foul play, which I think is pretty obvious at this point. And, we'll just have to wait and see what happens here. But this is...
Okay, we've told you that the airports in the New York City metropolitan area are closed down. We have told you that the 1, 2, 3, and 9 subway lines are shut down for the moment. Let us go to Katie McGee over at Shadow Traffic, because there has to be other huge traffic impacts at this moment, Katie.
Jane, this is enormous. Right now, all your Hudson River crossings closed. No one moving in or out of town at the Lincoln, the Holland, or the GW Bridge. I'm looking at the inbound Lincoln live from my vantage point right now. They're starting to turn buses around. I've not seen anything like this before. All bridges and tunnels, you're going to find closures. No one allowed in or out of the city right now from what we're hearing. You did mention the subways. 1, 2, 3, 9, and are suspended. Newark, Kennedy, LaGuardia airports closed to all air traffic at this point.
Katie, and any of the other sky cams that we have, do you see mass traffic confusion? What do you see on some of those bridges and tunnels at this moment?
What I can tell you right now, I'm looking live at the inbound side of the GW Bridge, and what we can see are the tolls. Everyone completely stopped. There is some traffic coming outbound over the span. I can also see people from the Cross Bronx heading into there, but right now, no one allowed into town at all. At the Lincoln Tunnel, it is at an absolute standstill. I can see one bus on the outbound side trying to turn around and look like he's heading back into New Jersey from what it looks like.
Okay. Thank you very much, Katie. We stay in place, please, because we will be back to you shortly.
Okay, Jane, I just something just crossed the wires. As a senior government official speaking on the condition of anonymity said the agency is pursuing reports that one or both of the planes were hijacked and that the crashes may have been the result of a suicide mission. The source stressed that the reports are preliminary and officials do not know the cause of the crashes. But this is a quote, "It certainly doesn't look like an accident."
Well, again, can we reiterate what we do know? Because as you can imagine, this is pretty shocking to people in the metropolitan area to just even look at these pictures. What we have been told by eyewitnesses is that they saw apparently fairly large size aircraft going into the first of the World Trade Center towers, the one on your right as you're looking at the screen. That was at about 10 minutes to 9. Then about 18 minutes later, there was apparently an airplane, because we could see that from our own sky cams and our Chopper 4 video, that went into the second tower, and there was a resulting explosion there.
Okay, Jane, we have another witness on the telephone. Todd Hollerman, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Where are you, and what did you see, Todd?
I'm at 330 West 42nd Street. I saw a huge plane come in from the water and crash into the side of the building.
Which water? You talking crossing the Hudson?
Right.
Now, this would be the second explosion?
Right.
And from your vantage point, could you tell what kind of an airplane it is? There seems to be a lot of confusion about that.
It looked huge. I couldn't tell exactly what kind it was. It was just tremendous. I was just saying to my coworkers, look at the size of this thing. It looks like some kind of stealth fighter or something.
And what you saw, was it deliberately aiming for the building? It didn't appear to be a plane that was in any kind of trouble, anything like that.
Right. I mean, I thought I was watching like a movie scene. It was moving in quickly. It was moving in close. And then it was just boom.
Did you see any insignia on that airplane?
No, I didn't.
And you then saw it hit the tower.
Right.
And I'm just curious, did you at that point see any other, reaction? Did you hear anything? Did you see anything when you saw that initial explosion?
No, I'm not close enough to really hear anything, I don't think. But I'm just looking out my window right now in shock, watching this thing burn.
Yeah, as we all are. As we all are. Todd, thank you very much. We appreciate it, and we appreciate your information.
Sure.
Jay, we just learned that President Bush was in a classroom in Sarasota, Florida, reading to some students. His chief of staff, Andrew Card, whispered in ears and told him what was going on, and the president will be coming up in just a couple of minutes, and he will give us his reaction to what is going on. And
again, we have not heard from emergency workers on the scene to know the extent of the damage or the injuries at this point. One would have to assume on a day like today, a normal work day in New York City, 9 o'clock in the morning, most of those offices were probably open.
Yes.
And there were certainly a lot of people in those two buildings. To our knowledge, people on the lower levels have been evacuated. But at this point, we simply cannot bring you any information about what is going on.
There's one of those Hudson River crossings that Katie McGee was talking about. You see the George Washington Bridge, traffic has absolutely stopped. traffic going into the city. You can see on the bridge, there's absolutely no cars whatsoever.
Let us just tell you that you really cannot get in or out of this city at this moment.
Actually,
in
you
time.
can get on the outbound, and we're letting cars come out over to New Jersey.
Right, but you cannot get into the city.
Absolutely, can't get into the city.
All the airports are shut down. The subway lines 1, 2, 3, and 9 are shut down at the moment. We do not know when anything will get back to normal. And again, to reiterate the point about the FBI said to be investigating whether or not there was some hijacking of a couple of airplanes involved in all of this.
Also, an anonymous government official said that it would appear that this was not one, but 2 suicide bombings, that the pilots deliberately turned the planes right into each of the towers at the World Trade Center. And obviously you can see the disastrous result right here on our screen.
Let us go to Richard Thompson on the telephone. He is a licensed pilot and he witnessed this. Sir, from taking a look at what you saw, what can you tell us as a pilot about those airplanes?
Well, I was sitting in my office on the 8th floor at 632 Broadway at approximately 9:47, and at 9:47, give or take a minute.
You mean 8:47, don't you, sir?
8:47 this morning. The plane went by probably 50 to 100 feet above the building, streaking directly towards the World Trade Center, and it was a small business jet of some type. It was going so fast, and my window view is so short, but I could hear it screaming by at basically full power, no engine problems, going straight for the building. And by the time that I could get out of my chair, open the window to see what the hell was going on, it had hit the building, and that was probably a total of 5 to 7, 8 seconds.
So that would have been the first of
that was the first.
The explosions.
Exactly, and it was directly, everyone was flying the plane was directly.
Richard, stay tuned. We've got the president. We're going to go to him next, but we want to come back to you.
Okay.
Hey, back to Washington after my remarks. Secretary Rod Pace and Lieutenant Governor will take the podium and discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at the Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
You have just heard President Bush acknowledging that this was an apparent terrorist attack today on the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. He has ordered a full-scale investigation and offered, of course, his prayers for whatever victims there might have been of this tragedy. And again, we have no information about who has been hurt, who was killed, if anyone. We know nothing other than the fact that there has been this apparent attack involving 2 aircraft. Can we go back to the telephone and Richard Thompson now? Are you still there, sir?
Yes.
Again, you are a licensed pilot. You were describing to us that you saw what appeared to be a small business jet that was flying, that came screaming by your office window and went right into the tower.
Exactly. Is that being a pilot is the first thing I recognized, that there was no way that a business jet could be flying at that level at this time of day over the city without special permission. So that I tried to crane my head out the window, but within 5 seconds before I could open my window and look out, it already had flown directly into the building. I mean, a pilot, I know that you could have avoided that at 99%. If you were in trouble flying that plane, you could have avoided that building. And so whomever was at the controls directly flew that thing right into the side of that building.
Could you, again, did you see the second aircraft? Apparently it might have come in from the other direction.
No, I couldn't see it. I was looking at the building when it hit, and I saw my colleague Tim Lufkin and I saw it hit the building, but we did not see it fly into the building. We saw the explosion from it.
And again, I guess we're still trying to figure out, there are some reports that these planes were hijacked. The FBI is said to be investigating that. But the one that you saw appeared to be a small business jet.
Yes. And the second plane was obviously a larger plane because the explosion from the second plane was tenfold larger than the first plane.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, we appreciate very much the information you've given us this
and may
morning.
God be with all those people, because this is going to be a tough day for all of New York.
Yes, it is, and we thank you.
We now have reports that the New York Stock Exchange is being evacuated in the wake of the disaster at the World Trade Center. They had planned to open as normal, so right now everything at the Stock Exchange is on hold. And right now, let's go down to Joe Avalar, who's on the street downtown. Joe?
All right, we're down here in Soho, as a matter of fact. You're looking at a picture from Prince and Worcester Street, and on the ground you can see what has happened all over Manhattan. People are stopped and they're staring. They're looking up and they're trying to figure out all of what's happening. In talking to some of these people, I met someone, Philip Russo, who actually witnessed the whole thing. You were driving east on Bleecker Street, that's correct?
That's correct. I was driving east on Bleecker Street.
Have you step around this way? Put it in the background.
I heard what sounded like a jet flying very low. I looked up, I saw a blue and white jet, 2 engines, going obviously in the wrong direction.
You were thinking jet, you were thinking 737, something like that, a large jet.
A large jet, a large commercial jet, but with no markings that I could identify other than blue stripes on a white plane. It sounded too low. I looked up, it looked too low, going in the wrong direction, and I followed it into the building.
Flew straight into the building?
Straight into the building, dead on, disgusting sight.
Then you continued to look up at the building and you saw the second jet.
Well, then we were looking for about 5 minutes, just in horror at what happened, saw a second jet coming from the west that looked identical, both in color and in form, and it smashed right into the second building. Huge explosion on this side facing us.
Now we're all standing out, we're staring at the building, all of us, in horror.
Yeah, it's the only way to describe it. Horror, sadness, disgust.
You talked about fear and being scared.
And what next?
And feelings of vulnerability.
2 huge planes crash into, the World Trade Center. What's going to happen next?
Mr. Russo, thank you very much for talking with us. As we look back up at the World Trade Center, and I know you can see it better with helicopters, but you can see it from the ground here as well. The picture that we are looking at, that most of lower Manhattan is looking at, flames inside the World Trade Center and the huge hole. And we can all see how the flames have spread to upper parts of the building, how it's billowing out of the building, and how the other building is occluded. And everybody from this vantage point is, as Mr. Russo is saying, looking at it in horror, looking at it in fear, worried about yourself, I imagine. Where were you, sir?
Right underneath it, right underneath the Trade Center. When it hit, second one, both of them hit. We ran like hell all the way up here.
Did you happen to look up?
Yeah, we seen the second one run right into it. We're unloading the truck. We got right out of there. Scariest thing I've ever seen in my life.
The planes never veered, did they? The jets just went right into it.
The second one, we heard the first one, seen everything flying out of the building. And the second one, we actually seen run right into the building. It came right from behind the building and ran right into the other side of the first tower, the further one down.
It's a terrible question, but what are you thinking about when you're looking at something like that?
I'm telling you, we ran because stuff was flying everywhere. Scariest thing in my life.
And that's
anything like it. Never seen anything like it, man.
And your name, sir?
Sean O'Neill. Still tell my wife I'm all right.
It is a way for people to let them know everybody's okay as they stand and watch this in horror. You're just walking through the area, sir?
No, I was with him.
You were with him?
And we heard the explosion. And I'll never forget that explosion, I'll tell you that. We were just under some scaffolding and debris started falling all over the place.
Now, people here talked about the second explosion and didn't think it was that loud, didn't feel that it was...
We were there. It was loud. I'm going to tell you that. We were right there for both of them, and it was loud.
Windows coming down off the building.
We just had like rocks and stuff, just every type of debris you could think of, just falling all over the place.
Now, you were there when this happened.
Yes, we were right there.
Why did you stop up here in Soho and then turn around and look at it?
You just have to see what happens.
We turn around and look.
We're just running from there. I mean,
First to run for safety, basically.
Yeah.
Get out of there.
And I don't know why. There's a whole bunch of people driving down for someone down there, just blocking the fire trucks and everything. We were trying to clear the streets and let fire trucks go through. And
it's a madhouse down
That's really a good point to New Yorkers who may be watching us, however they're watching or listening to us right now, is to try to get out of that area to let the emergency crews do what they need to do. because there are clearly people still trapped up there, and firefighters and emergency crews still need to do a lot of work. And you can see as we're standing here that fire is spreading to different parts of the building, different floors, as it continues to engulf the building. Just a horrible, horrible sight from here in Soho. It is sad.
Saddest thing I've ever seen, man. Shoo.
It's sad. It's nothing like I've ever seen. Nothing like anybody here in New York has ever seen either. That's the scene here from Prince and Worcester Street, and we'll talk to some other people as time goes on.
Joe, you are not close enough to. Okay, apparently Joe cannot hear us. So thank you, Joe. We appreciate that. Obviously, we are again trying to ferret out all the information we can about exactly what happened in Lower Manhattan this morning. The president has said it was a terrorist attack. There were 2 airplanes involved. Dozens of eyewitnesses have told us that. One of them appeared to be bigger than the other. The second bigger than the other.
And we all witnessed it right here on live television. Caught us all completely off guard. A normal workday here in Manhattan has come to a standstill. We've been told that the subway lines 1, 2, 3, and 9 have been shut down. All the Hudson River crossings have been shut down. The New York Stock Exchange has closed down for the day. And right now, a lot of people are just stunned in shock. Again, 2 airplanes, 2 separate incidents, minutes apart, crashing into both towers of the World Trade Center. And you certainly see the result as far as the structural damage. I mean, it is major. And as you said, President Bush said that this is an apparent terrorist attack. We expect to hear from Mayor Giuliani in just a couple of minutes. Governor Pataki is in town. As a matter of fact, he does have an office in the World Trade Center, but President Bush says that he has talked to the governor.
Right.
So as far as we know, the governor is okay. And like I said, we should hear from Mayor Giuliani in the next couple of minutes.
But again, to reiterate, we know nothing about what happened to the people who work on in those floors, in those buildings. So we are simply waiting to find out about injuries and casualties, if indeed that's what happened. So you were looking at a scene that one would wish you could never witness in a city like this.
And of course, this is the second major attack on the World Trade Center. There was the bombing back in 1993. And of course, that was at the bottom. And the top of the building, obviously very vulnerable. And we certainly witnessed that today.
Right, with all the security changes that they've made in the bottom. So nobody can get up there without the right kind of clearance. But it's vulnerable to attack by air.
Absolutely. You can't stop it up there.
We are going to once again go to Katie McGee because, as we've been telling you, the city is literally at a standstill. No one's being allowed in from any of the river crossings. And the subway lines have been shut down in that area, and the airports are all closed. Katie, what more can you tell us?
Jane, this is the latest. The city at this point is at a standstill. All 3 major area airports, LaGuardia, Kennedy, and Newark, are closed at this point to all incoming and outgoing traffic. All bridges and tunnels. No one is letting any traffic head into town. At this point, outbound, you are going to find some people. We just saw some folks that had been sitting in one of the tubes coming out of the Lincoln Tunnel. They were allowed out, but now everybody being turned away. We also saw a backup down near Canal Street waiting to get into the outbound Holland. Those people also being turned away. At this point, again, no one being allowed to head into the city. For all intents and purposes, all train service suspended is what we're hearing at this point. Police are saying, please leave the city if you can. Of course, this is rough because of the way traffic is right now. You really, really want to steer clear of anywhere south of Midtown. And again, everyone right now being turned away. We saw traffic trying to get into the Lincoln Tunnel, actually turning around and backing up buses, New Jersey Transit buses, bringing people back into New Jersey, never even making it close to the entrance to the Lincoln Tunnel.
Katie, what do you think right now would probably be the best way to get out of Manhattan? Probably head up the FDR and the West Side Highway?
At this point, you're going to want to try and get as north as possible. I can see from one of my cameras live right now, the westbound Cross Bronx heading in towards the outbound George Washington Bridge. Traffic is in an absolute crawl right now, but they are letting you get onto the bridge and from what it looks like, come in over it and back into New Jersey. I do see traffic coming outbound George Washington Bridge, inbound again, completely stopped. If you were planning on heading into the city, even if you think you may still have a meeting, at this point, again, you're being advised to please stay where you are.
For example, if you lived in New Jersey, your best bet probably would be go through Westchester County, cross the Tappan Zee Bridge, and come back down.
You may want to try that out. Let me take a look right now and see how my Tappan Zee Bridge camera looks. Just bear with me for 1 second, and I'll tell you. Actually, it looks like right now, traffic heading into Westchester is moving, but it's at a crawl. Again, at this point, things are happening so rapidly. If you were to leave home in Westchester right now, I can't tell you you'd definitely be able to get into town in another half an hour, 40 minutes or so.
It sounds to me like
Jane, we're just getting a report that there's been an attack on the Pentagon. This is the Pentagon. This is from the network. This is the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia.
These are pictures that have just come in to us here at News Channel 4. You are looking at live pictures of what appears to be an attack on the Pentagon. We can tell you nothing more than what you were looking at. This is approximately an hour ago that we had one airplane crash into the northern of the World Trade Center towers, and about 18 minutes later, another airplane crashed into the southern of the towers, and now we have this.
We also hear that the first plane that hit the World Trade Center was apparently hijacked after takeoff from Boston. It means there's a very good possibility that that plane did have some passengers on board.
Do we know what kind of an airplane is it? What does it say? Does it say?
At this time, it does not say. It just says the first plane that hit the World Trade Center was hijacked after takeoff from Boston. That according to a U.S. official.
Now, according to the pilot that we had on a few minutes ago, he said that appeared to be a smaller jet, business type of jet.
Yes.
So perhaps it was some sort of a commuting airline or something like that. Let us go back and listen to what President Bush had to say a few moments ago. This was before this latest explosion at the Pentagon.
Today, we've had a national tragedy. Two airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you.
This was President Bush about 20 minutes ago. But now let us tell you that since that statement, there has been an explosion at the Pentagon. And we have on the wire now a story that says an Associated Press reporter saw the tail end of a large airliner plunge into the building. And
this is a live picture of the White House. We understand the West Wing has been evacuated. Again, the president is not at the White House in D.C. He is down in Sarasota. He was reading to a class of children at a school when he was told what happened, and that's where he held his press conference. But again, two planes have hit the World Trade Center, and now witnesses say just a few moments ago in Arlington, Virginia, another plane has plunged into the Pentagon.
And again, we have no information about exactly what happened down there, other than the fact that some sort of an aircraft has crashed near or into the Pentagon. So obviously, it is a day that we are witnessing something we have never seen before, and we don't know anything more about who's responsible for it than we have since the very beginning, which was about an hour ago, which was when the first aircraft,
as the president said, apparently a terrorist attack.
Exactly, and he has ordered full-scale investigations and has vowed to use every effort he can and that this country can to find out who is responsible and to bring them to justice. We have had numerous eyewitnesses who have talked about the airplanes that they saw literally smash into those two buildings about 18 minutes apart within the hour. And obviously it was something that they witnessed with shock and with horror. And we have nothing to tell you at this point about the number of injuries or the fatalities. We understand Mayor Giuliani is about to hold a press conference, and perhaps he will be able to give us some more information about all of that.
This just crossed about the Pentagon. An Associated Press reporter said he saw the tail end of a large airliner plunge into the building. He says smoke is billowing out of the Pentagon. So obviously now we're looking at the hijacking, probably, of 3 commercial airliners here in the United States. We know the first one that plunged into the World Trade Center came from the airport in Boston. And through a transmission, they learned that that plane was hijacked.
We should also warn those of you who are watching us that if you have plans to come into New York City today, you must cancel them. The city is literally shut down. The stock exchange has been closed. The airports are closed. The bridges, the tunnels, closed inbound and pretty much outbound at this point. The subways, all train service has been stopped. So we, of course, recommend that you stay put wherever you are and stay tuned to find out exactly what is happening.
And we've just learned that after what has happened at the Pentagon, that the West Wing of the White House has been evacuated, as well as the U.S. Capitol now. So I'm sure all government buildings are being shut down in the nation's capital and pretty much around the country. And I'm sure that we are now we're on terrorist alert, probably nationwide, I would think.
And there's another report that's just come over that says the White House was threatened with a terrorist attack, a source says. We have another report from an eyewitness at the Pentagon. Says it was a huge fireball, a huge orange fireball. And another witness said that it might have been a helicopter that exploded. We've had an AP reporter who says it appears to him to have been a large airliner of some sort. And we do have reports that, of course, the FBI is investigating reports that it could have been hijacked aircraft that crashed.
As a matter of fact, the FAA has just now halted all air traffic throughout the United States. So as of right now, there are no commercial airliners in the air.
I doubt that has ever happened before in this country.
I don't think so.
So again, we do have a bulletin that I see here that says a Palestinian DFLP official denies any kind of responsibility for the World Trade Center crash. You know, again, everybody is trying to find out exactly what it is that has happened here. We simply do not know who is responsible. If we might, could we see the video again that showed us the second airliner crashing into the southern of the buildings?
Now, as you will see in a couple of moments here, a plane will come into the picture from the upper right-hand corner of your screen, if you're watching at home. Coming down here in just a few seconds as our camera backs up from Chopper 4. There you see the plane coming into the picture. It will dip down below the first building. We don't see it for a couple of seconds, and then it comes back out and slams into the other tower at the World Trade Center.
Again, this has all happened within the past hour and 5 minutes or so. We are witnessing things that we've never seen anything like it before. Obviously, there was a terrorist attack back in 1993, about 8 years ago, on the Twin Towers. At that point, 6 people were killed, 1,000 people were injured. Major security measures were put into effect after that, making sure that people did not get into that building unless they had the proper clearance. But obviously, the buildings today were vulnerable to air. We do not know anything about the people who were working inside those buildings. Obviously, it's a full workday in New York City, a Tuesday in September, and it's also primary day. So people were going to work as usual. Now, it happened a few minutes before 9 in one of the buildings.
Yes.
One would assume that maybe some of those offices weren't quite open yet.
I would think so. A lot of people had not arrived to work. We certainly hope that is the case. As you said, the first explosion, the first plane slamming into the first building, a plane that was hijacked from Boston, happened about 8:50, somewhere between 8:50 and 9 o'clock this morning. And it was 18 minutes later, we saw right here on our live picture from Chopper 4, the second plane, which witnesses have described as a full commercial airliner, slamming into the second tower. And you saw the dramatic explosion. And of course, just a couple of minutes ago, witnesses say that another commercial airliner has slammed into the Pentagon down in Arlington, Virginia. The U.S. Capitol and the White House have both been evacuated, and we understand that the White House had received a threat of a terrorist attack.
Now we're looking back at the Pentagon. Again, you can see the smoke billowing from there. We have no other information at this point about casualties or injuries or exactly what it was that smashed into the Pentagon earlier today. That happened, 25 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago? Something of that sort.
One of the other pictures we actually saw a member of the military in full fatigue.
Outside the White House.
Outside the White House, fully loaded and ready to go for anything.
We expect that Mayor Giuliani is going to be speaking shortly. As you can imagine, I'm sure there is a scene of much confusion now at downtown in Lower Manhattan, outside the World Trade Center towers. We have just been told that the Pentagon is being evacuated at this point. We're looking back at the World Trade Center towers here. The smoke continues to billow. The fire is clearly not under control yet.
Jane, we have another witness on the telephone of the second plane slamming into the second tower. His name is Robert Thomas from Brooklyn Heights. Can you hear me, Robert?
Yes, I can.
Can you tell us exactly what you saw?
I was on the roof deck of my building watching the fire from the first explosion, and I was on the phone with my parents in Florida, and I watched the second plane coming in from Staten Island-ish area, and I was telling my mom on the phone, that plane is too low. I can't believe it's that close to the building after the first one hit. And it was gray on the top plane. It was about the size of one of the shuttles, maybe coming from D.C. area. It was not a small plane. It was like a 737 or something. And whatever airline is gray on the top. And I saw it hit the building. I have a very good friend who works at Windows in the World, the pastry chef, Heather Ho, and I hope to God she's okay today.
Have you attempted to reach her?
I tried to call her at home. The work number is busy, of course. I tried to call her at home and got her message.
Okay. Again, we've been talking about how the FBI is reporting or is investigating reports that at least one aircraft, if not two, were hijacked earlier today. So from your vantage point, what you could see appeared to be the size of perhaps a shuttle aircraft.
Right. It was not a small plane. It was a big plane.
Okay.
I know people have been saying a small commuter, but it wasn't small. It was definitely it definitely held a good group of people.
Mm-hmm. Could you see anybody through the windows of the cockpit of that aircraft? Or were you too far away?
It wasn't that close, but I could clearly see the plane coming in. I could clearly see it aiming straight for the building. It was in a long, swooping motion. It wasn't a jerky flight. It went straight into it.
Oh, my.
And it was it was so low, it was unbelievable to watch. I tell you what, I'm scared right now.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments, and we thank you very much for giving us this information because,
Thank
of course, we are trying to find out exactly what happened on this Tuesday morning.
Jane, we're learning the State Department has also been evacuated. The Associated Press has learned that the White House was evacuated after the Secret Service did receive a credible threat of a terrorist act against the White House.
Does it say what time that threat came in?
No, it does not. So we don't know if it was before the planes crashed into the World Trade Center or after.
What we're seeing now is there's information that the aircraft at the Pentagon crashed in a helicopter landing pad near the Pentagon. Again, the West Wing of the White House evacuated amid threats of terrorism.
As well as the U.S. Capitol and the State Department now.
Exactly. One of the planes, we're also being told that one of the planes that crashed into the World Trade Center had been hijacked after takeoff from Boston, as you've just said, citing a transmission from that airplane. Let's go and review for you exactly what has happened as a result of all of this. All airplane traffic across the country,
yes,
has been grounded. There are no airplanes leaving or land. I would assume they can land, those that are up in the air.
Right.
But there are no aircraft that are going to be leaving any of the airports around the country for at least the time being. We do not know how long. It is virtually impossible to get up into this city right now. The bridges, the subways, the tunnels, everything is shut down. There are major traffic jams from people who were trying to leave or trying to get in. Obviously, it is a good day to stay put wherever you are. Obviously, the airports here are all closed.
Right.
The stock exchange has been closed.
Closed down. Subways, the 1, 2, 3, and 9, all train service in and out of the city is now shut down. And not that in the big picture, this is really not that important at this moment, but you have to wonder if maybe the primary election will be possibly be suspended because of this.
Well, people can't go to their polling places.
You're absolutely right.
And I'm sure that's something that they will sort out later.
Absolutely.
Because I'm sure not a single one of these candidates is worrying about that at this moment.
No.
We heard the president call this a terrorist attack. That was before the explosion at the Pentagon. So the president is being fully briefed. He said he had talked to the governor. Now, the governor has an office in the World Trade Center. He was in Manhattan, but we do not know where he is. President Bush has said he has talked to the governor. So we assume that he is safe at this point. We are waiting for the mayor to give us some kind of information about casualties or injuries this morning.
Okay, we have another reporter out on the street, Walter Perez. Can you hear us, Walter?
Here we are about 2 blocks away from 2 blocks away from where the whole thing happened, and this entire area has been cordoned off, and people that have been working in nearby buildings have been told to evacuate. That's what this mass exodus is to my left-hand side. To my right, we have 2 witnesses, and as we speak with you two, we're going to pan up and show a shot of what we see from this vantage point. First, Marna Ringel, and Marna, you work across the street. Tell me exactly what you saw on the street, and as you looked up, what you saw, because you said you saw the second one. Am I correct?
No, I didn't see the second one. I actually was coming out of the building, and there was maybe about 30 or 40 people at the bottom of One World Financial covered in blood. I did not expect that at all. And I work for Lehman in One right here. And a gentleman that I work with was on the telephone. He said, "What was that?" I said, he thought it was thunder. I looked over, screamed, "It's a bomb," because I saw a piece of the building flow down. And I think I scared my entire floor because I can scream pretty loud, and it was pretty bad.
Now, you mentioned that you saw people on the road outside of the building. Explain that scene.
I saw there's maybe about 30 or 40 people covered with bandages and blood. It looks like a lot of them were either on the floor of one of the exchanges. There's actually, oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
We're not sure exactly what happened, but it was another explosion on the far side of one of the buildings from where we're standing. The reverberation and another explosion on the right-hand side. Another building has gone up on the right-hand side of the road. People are now running down the street. We're not sure if that was another explosion or if that was advanced debris. Joining me also is Jim Plant. Jim, you're also a witness of what happened. Tell me exactly what you saw from your vantage point across the street.
I was just across Liberty and West here, and I saw the second plane hit the Tower 2. Looked like a 737. It hit a glancing blow. It didn't hit direct. I don't know where the rest of the plane went, but it went in, fireball came out, and it hit lower than the first plane, which hit the upper floors.
Jim, thank you very much. At this point, as you can tell, there's absolute pandemonium in this area because of what had just happened. Exactly what, I can't confirm, but on the far side of the building, there seemed to be another explosion, and also on the right-hand side, there was also another explosion. We're not sure if that was extra reverberation from what happened at the World Trade Center, or if that was an added explosion. At this point, there's a lot of smoke, massive plumes of smoke falling from the building across the street. People that were running down the street or walking are now running away. We don't have any information as far as what the most recent reverberations were, but from 2 blocks away, you could feel what happened. We'll get more information and pass it along to you.
All right, thank you very much, Walter. Again, 1 or 2 more explosions again around the World Trade Center. We don't know if it was in the same building or adjacent buildings.
Can we re-rack that video that we were looking at as Walter was interviewing those people? Because perhaps that will give us some indication of what this was. Obviously, there are buildings nose to nose down there.
Yes.
We have no idea if this was a third explosion or if it might have been something from the debris raining down from one of the World Trade Center towers. It appears to be to the south of those buildings, but take a look at those pictures, and that is quite an incredible sight.
Again, this all started this morning at about 10 minutes to 9 o'clock. We understand that a commercial airliner, maybe a small commercial airliner, was apparently hijacked, leaving the airport in Boston, Logan Airport in Boston, and slammed into one of the towers. About 18 minutes later, a second commercial airliner, which witnesses tell us was much bigger, slammed into the second tower. Soon after that, we heard from President Bush that said this was an apparent terrorist attack. Not long after he talked, a plane crashed very close to the Pentagon. From what we understand, down in the nation's capital, the White House, the U.S. Capitol, and the State Department have all been evacuated, and that the Secret Service did receive a very real threat that the White House would also suffer the same fate as the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, which has not happened yet, and we hope it doesn't. And of course, all commercial traffic around the United States has been shut down.
Air traffic,
Yes.
commercial air traffic.
All commercial air traffic.
Joining us now is Jim Rosenfield, who's been up in the newsroom. Do you have anything you can add to all of this?
Well, just, in getting here to Rockefeller Center this morning to share with you, because you've been here in the studio, just the scenes on the street, people on their cell phones trying to find out what's going on, people calling loved ones, trying to find out if they're okay. As you walk into this building, a lot of people people out on the street, not being permitted to go up and down through most of the elevators for security reasons. Obviously, as we think about the landmarks in Manhattan, people are taking very serious security precautions just for that reason. A lot of emotions I should share with you up in the newsroom, too, as we hear these just gut-wrenching eyewitness accounts of what these people must be going through, especially in the Twin Towers right now. Just amazing.
We have just been told that this, what we thought was another explosion, was indeed, according to the Associated Press, another building that has either been attacked or exploded. So it appears to be separate from the two that we have already witnessed this morning. And if you take a look at this scene right now, the smoke that is billowing over Lower Manhattan is truly a frightening sight to see. Again, the part that I think concerns all of us is that we have no knowledge of what happened to the people who might have been inside any of those buildings. It's a normal workday. And although the first explosion came early, it might have meant some people weren't there yet. But I guarantee you that there are a lot of people who were already in those buildings.
Sure. In the Twin Trade Towers, a lot of state workers in those buildings who get there well before 9 o'clock. And as you come down some of the major arteries in Manhattan, you can just see this smoke from miles away. A very eerie sight as I was coming towards Midtown. You look up and there's the smoke coming out of the World Trade Center.
How did you come to work today?
I actually walked most of the way because traffic is, as you would imagine, a complete mess. Emergency vehicles trying to make their way all down to downtown to Lower Manhattan. So it's difficult for anybody who's trying to get around. Bridges and tunnels, as you've been mentioning, are closed. So getting on and off the island isn't going to happen right now.
Okay, Jim, right now we have a terrorism expert on the telephone, Harvey Kushner. Harvey, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well.
Harvey, this obviously has all the earmarks of terrorism.
Yes, unfortunately it does. And, you know, I've been in this business almost 40 years. And quite frankly, I couldn't have written a scenario like this. If I would have come forward with something like a possibility like this, they would have laughed. I mean, this has all of the worst case scenarios put together into one. This is monumental. This will be something that, you get Gary Condit in the news, you have OJ. This is something that we're going to be looking at for the next couple of years, unfortunately, and not just from a media perspective, but from the people who witnessed this. I mean, when you think of the psychological trauma this is going to cause to New Yorkers and to Americans, it's monumental. It's off the map.
As you see the scope of this and the methodical way in which it appears to have been planned and happened, and again, we don't know what truly occurred, but there's talk of aircraft being hijacked, right, of second explosions, of et cetera, et cetera. What if there are signals you can read in that as an expert on all of this? What can you tell us about that?
Well, it shows that in the last couple of years, and I just got off of the embassy bombing trial. I was involved in that. And I've seen a picture painted of Osama bin Laden, not to say that he's involved in this necessarily, but of his network and his ability to try to do damage to the United States. And over the last couple of years, a lot of terrorism experts worldwide have been talking about the day of the freelancer, for those not familiar with the term, individuals who do things by themselves. Obviously, this type of event which occurred today is something that costs a lot of money, a lot of planning, such as what happened in the embassy bombing trial. Had to blow up 2 embassies. And obviously they had the will and the desire, many people, to be able to pull something like this off. I mean, think about hijacking a plane, the difficulties involved in that, but yet to have it flown into a building is just monumental in terms of timing, in terms of the ability of the number of people on that plane. I mean, if I had to surmise, I would think it wasn't just one individual. There had to be groups of individuals to be able to control something like that, to pull something like this off. And if the reports are true that we're having a coordinated attack at other American targets, such as the Pentagon or the White House or other buildings, this indicates that we're facing a new era. We're back to the old state sponsorship, large groups being involved in having the wherewithal and intelligence and the ability to pull something like this off. I mean, this is very, very serious. I've been involved throughout the years in these various different exercises that we played, where we would talk about an event such as this, such as a biological attack or some other type of thing occurring. But this type of scenario scenario never really was painted, because the type of planning to go into something like this was just thought to be not as possible as the launching of a chemical or a biological, even a small nuclear weapon. I mean, this is just something that, brings goosebumps to me. And I've seen everything. I've been through everything. And this one tops it all in terms of the temerity, in terms of the planning, in terms of what the aftermath is going to be, the shock to the American psyche, to the American public. I mean, think about this. We try to calm people down by telling them, the chances of you being involved in a terrorist act is very, very small. What do we tell people now when they walk around New York City and look up and see the trade towers on fire? We see other buildings exploding. We see people crying in the streets. I mean, this is a horrific event. It's a day in American history. And
our very first pictures of some of the victims of this today, and we can see some horrific, what appears to be burns.
Yes.
Some serious injuries. Again, this is video that we have just gotten in.
Yes, I'm watching it. I can see it.
We've also been told that the second tower that was hit by the second plane, which is One World Trade Center, we understand that tower is actually collapsed at this point.
Well, I'm looking at this picture right now, and you cannot see the top of the second tower.
That's correct.
So a few moments ago, if you remember, there were just billowing smoke there.
We just have to hope that area was completely evacuated.
If I might just interject this, I was involved in a civil litigation against the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey because I was representing with a team of attorneys who represented two clients who were in the B2 level. And the trade towers was warned many years in advance that there's a possibility of having a bomb placed in the bottom of the building. And my report showed that the construction of that building was in such beyond the code that even such a powerful bomb couldn't do the damage. But now looking at these pictures as we speak, it just, I'm choked up looking at it, thinking that this type of risk assessment wasn't there and we didn't have, but how do you guard against something like this? This means that you have to put a perimeter around New York in terms of flight pattern, in terms of having jets ready to shoot down planes that they're going into buildings. I mean, this opens up a new level. This is ratcheted up a new level in the annals of terrorism and what we face here as a country and as a civilization worldwide. I mean, people were looking what was going on in the Middle East and not understanding the nature of the fear that people were going through on both sides. And now to be visited here in the United States, in the capital of the world, the crosswords of the world, with the symbol of American capitalism and American might just in ruins, brings a tear to an eye. I mean, think of the humanity that's lost in this type of thing, but think in terms of what it's going to do to us as a country. I mean, what type of procedures will we have to put into place? What protocols will we have to put into place at our airports, at our borders to protect against this? There'll be a human outcry about security that has never existed before in this country. This is just monumental. This is something that happens and you're in history and you don't realize that the world is going to change after an event such as this. I can't see America going back to where it was in terms of not looking at security, not looking at the intelligence gathering, not looking at our ability to protect ourselves. This now is on the front page. It removes everything off. Every other story is gone. This is something that is going to be with us in the decades to come. This
Dr. Kushner, if I might interrupt you, thank you very much. Please, will you stand by? Because I want to ask you some more questions, but we need, for those, please stay on the line. The people that are just tuning in, we need to just reiterate and give them a bit more information here because there have been a couple of recent developments that we need to tell people about.
One of the most startling is the fact that we now only see one tower of the World Trade Center Twin Towers standing. We've gotten word that One World Trade Center has either partially or fully collapsed.
It looks like a partial collapse.
Yeah.
We can still see below
This
the
is
smoke.
tape.
This is actually tape. Okay, this is actually tape.
however, and this is you are now witnessing
That's the collapse
it.
right there.
There it is.
Obviously, that structure weakened by the aircraft that we saw fly into it, over an hour ago now. That was the second tower.
That was the second one, but it was hit much lower. It was a good 30 stories down, something like that. It was about double the ways down from the first of the world towers.
Which the lower it is, obviously, the more vulnerable it is to have a collapse like that.
I don't know if you've seen this, Jim. All right, we are looking once again earlier.
This is about the point where I, too, tuned in to News Channel 4.
If you look up in your right-hand side, you will see an aircraft coming into the picture. It'll be there any moment.
Right there.
There it is. Now watch this.
I'll actually dip behind the first building. And there it is.
So it goes around behind that building and comes in from the left side, it appears.
It crossed over the Hudson.
Right.
And we have had eyewitnesses who have watched that aircraft. They told us it appeared to be a good size. They compared it to the size of a shuttle, like the Boston or Washington shuttle. And indeed, an aircraft was hijacked in Boston earlier this morning. And the FBI knew that because of some radio transmissions that came to them. So if you think about this theoretically, that may have been the aircraft that then went into that tower.
This isn't only New York that's under siege
this
right
was just the first. Not long after that, another commercial airliner crashed into the Pentagon or right next to the Pentagon. That building's been evacuated, of course, in the nation's capital. The U.S. Capitol, the State Department, and the White House have all been evacuated. The Secret Service says that they received a very real threat on the White House today, and now we understand that the federal buildings in Newark have been evacuated. I would imagine that is taking place pretty much around the country.
All planes have also been grounded nationwide by the FAA.
A lot of planes are still being diverted into Westchester Airport right now and into Syracuse to keep the planes out of the New York area, obviously.
But once those people who were headed for New York land in one of those airports, they are not going to get into this city anytime for the next few hours. That is certain, because virtually all traffic coming into the city has been shut off. The bridges, the tunnels are all closed to incoming traffic and to a lot of outbound traffic. I don't know if anybody is getting out of the city at this point.
Did get a report that New Jersey transit trains are still running under the river. So
okay. And again, if you can get out of town, that probably would be the wisest advice at this point. Most of lower Manhattan has been evacuated at this point. And again, the subways are shut down.
Look at that, the Lincoln Tunnel at 10:15 in the morning over in Weehawken. Never looks like that this time of day.
It's completely empty. So again, let us bring you up to date on the fact that we know nothing about the number of casualties, the number of people who've been injured. We've seen photographs of some of the injuries, recent photographs. What we could see appear to be a lot of burns, a lot of lacerations, that sort of thing. We're waiting for the mayor to hold a press conference so he can bring us up to date on the extent of the human damage, so to speak, in all of this.
During this, the period that followed the initial impact on World Trade Center, the FBI did get word, as I understand it, in some sort of coded message, perhaps, that there had been a hijacking. At least those are the reports from the plane involved, one of the two planes involved, we presume, that then made its way directly into the World Trade Center tower.
And of course, we heard President Bush a short time ago call this a terrorist attack. That was before the attack on the Pentagon.
Yes.
Called this a terrorist attack and promised a full-scale investigation to find out who is responsible and to bring them to justice.
Jane, right now, we have our government affairs reporter, Melissa Russo, on the telephone. Melissa, are you there?
I'm standing outside St. Vincent's Hospital right now, where the scene is absolutely unbelievable. When I arrived here, it was just as the second building explosion happened, and there is what I could describe as chaos in the streets here. There are hundreds of people just in shock, police officers telling people to go home, obviously worried about crowd control. But at the hospital, there has not been much activity in terms of ambulances arriving here, though you might expect there would be. After that last explosion, some ambulances took off and headed down 7th Avenue, which is otherwise closed to traffic. But St. Vincent's is obviously preparing for the possibility of many, many people arriving at their emergency room. They have what looks like a trauma center set up on the street, on the sidewalk of 7th Avenue. Dozens of stretchers, hospital personnel, nurses, with hospital equipment, IVs, out on the street, awaiting the inevitable, people in need of medical care. It's very disturbing.
So, Melissa, what you're telling us is that you have not seen the number of people that you might expect to be there after an explosion of this magnitude.
That's right. I've only been here for about, I would say, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, but we've seen a couple of ambulances come in. As I said, after that last explosion, I saw some more ambulances race out of here and head down 7th Avenue. But they're obviously preparing for people to be brought here on full alert. They have, as I said, dozens of nurses, nurses' aides out on the street outside the ER on 7th Avenue and 12th Street, stretchers lined up on the street. They're just waiting for people to be coming in, obviously, in need of treatment.
And we're looking right now, Melissa, at some tape that we saw earlier of a woman being taken for medical treatment. It did appear that she had some burns. This is some very...
And we are told that there have been some patients brought here. They probably arrived before I got here. We don't have numbers. We're waiting for a briefing from the hospital. The public relations person from St. Vincent's Hospital did come downstairs and alert the members of the press who are here that as soon as they have an update, they'll bring it to us. But obviously they're overwhelmed with preparing for, an all-hands situation here at the hospital.
Melissa, isn't it true that the Emergency Management Office of the City of New York is located in the World Trade Center?
It's located at 7 World Trade Center, not in one of those two buildings. But of course, it crossed my mind as it crossed yours that this is the place that was set up. The nickname for it was the bunker. It was supposed to be a place that would be shielded from any kind of emergency situation where the mayor and top emergency workers would be able to get together in case of this type of emergency. I have not spoken to the mayor's office yet this morning. I don't know where they're working. But it is in 7 World Trade Center, which is on the north side of VC Street, on the other side. However, it's very close. I mean, right across the street from those towers. I would be almost surprised if they felt safe to be there, although I don't know what it looks like on the ground at that part of the city right now.
And Melissa, we would assume that what you are seeing in the way of preparedness at St. Vincent's is being repeated at hospitals throughout Manhattan.
I would imagine it is. I mean, you can only think the worst in this kind of situation. Obviously, hope for the best, but there's certainly, I'm sort of surprised that we're not seeing more ambulances arriving here. We are one of the closer hospitals. I mean, there's New York Downtown Hospital, which is right across the street from City Hall, essentially, in Lower Manhattan. And then we have St. Vincent's, which is here on West 12th Street. You're hearing some sirens behind me. Those are some additional police vehicles heading down 7th Avenue right now.
Melissa?
Yes.
If I could interrupt you for a second. There's an urgent on the wire that something has happened at the State Department. A source says, we don't know yet. We hear it might have been a plane. So there's a possibility now that a plane may have slammed into the State Department in the nation's capital.
That, of course, was evacuated about 45 minutes ago. So hopefully the people who were inside that building have safely left.
There's also information, Jane, on the plane involved, perhaps, in this incident.
It appears it might have been an American Airlines flight that was leaving Boston, heading to Los Angeles. We're still making...
one witness described that as a gray plane on top, and that would be American Airlines.
Exactly. Yeah. So, again, let's go outdoors now to
Joe
Avalar, because he is on the scene in Lower Manhattan.
We're standing here is we're in Soho. We're at the corner of Princeton and Worcester Street, and what we're seeing is a lot of what's happening around Manhattan right now. In Lower Manhattan, people were in that area and they ran as far as they could, as fast as they could. I've got a group of people right here. They were all in offices right close to the World Trade Center. Is that correct, sir?
That's right. Right across the street at 130 Liberty Street.
You heard the explosion, and then what did you do?
We heard the explosion, and we didn't know if it was a earthquake or whatever. And they came on the PA system and said it was a bomb, but then we heard it was a plane. So then we went back upstairs because we thought everything was okay. And then we actually didn't see the second plane, but we saw the explosion hit the other tower and flames just came flying towards us.
And that's when you ran.
That's when we went to the other side of the building and then waited to hear from the PA system. Then they said they were evacuating everybody. And then we just walked all the way up Broadway, and glad we did because the whole building came down.
Just got out of the area as far as possible. And you've been trying to get through on a cell phone too. That's been the other thing people are trying to do. Have you gotten out?
No, not at all. Some of us have.
Some of you have you just managed to get a call out
Yeah,
yourself.
one.
You're
Yeah,
just
and I
trying to
got
call
working
friends
again.
and loved ones.
Just wanted to call my husband and let him know that I was all right.
This is terribly frightening.
Oh my God, it's so upsetting to know that there are all those people that, people come into work early down here, and it's really horrifying.
You were in work today. You're still in your work clothes. You evacuated along with all your friends here.
Yeah, I was with these guys. We were by the glass and we saw huge pieces of flaming debris fall, and the building shook. And then, like he said before, we looped around. We went downstairs, went back up, and then we saw the second plane hit. And then shortly thereafter, we evacuated the building.
You stopped here. You turned. It's what everybody's doing all over the city. They get to a spot, they turn, and they watch. And you almost have to watch.
Yeah, it's surreal. It's like watching a movie.
It's surreal and it's horrifying at the same time. What was that?
Yeah, that the top of the building, when we turned around, we just saw a big pile in the road because it had just fallen down. The whole thing is gone.
And now, of course, number 2 World Trade Center.
That's going to go down too.
It's gone. And then what we're looking at, spin around, we can see the picture this is from where we're standing. We're a good 20 blocks or more from the World Trade Center as we're standing here, and you can see the flames. You see where the hole is, and you can see how the original hole is, which is in the middle of the building. And if you look at it, you can see how the hole has grown. Also, the flames below, maybe 10 floors below now, those flames have spread from the original fire. We've seen with binoculars, there have been people out here with binoculars. They've seen people in the buildings. There are still people in that tower. Another ambulance screaming through the area. You were in that area today.
Yes, I was on 299 Broadway when I felt a huge vibration. Thought it was an earthquake, didn't know what it was. People were running across the street, barefooted, some crying on the floor, almost like a stampede was occurring. Everybody just ran. This is where I'm at now. I don't know how many blocks I ran. I almost caught asthma by the time I stopped. Lost my cell phone. I can't even call my family right now. And
that's the big thing, of course, all the New Yorkers are trying to do. Everybody who is in that area, everybody who's in the city today is trying to get through, either a cell phone or finding a store or something. I did the same thing, trying to call the family, trying to call a loved one, telling them that you're okay. Talk to someone who was in the building, had just gone into one of the World Trade Towers when it all happened. He said from where he was in the lobby, there was a flush of debris and a flush of fire down one of the elevator shafts. He actually was singed, and he was in the lobby. This gentleman here, where are you coming from?
I was in the Century 21 building.
So you were downtown too?
Right. Our office points right at the buildings, and we're so accustomed to seeing people of all walks of life down in the lobby and everything, and every day, and then all of a sudden this happens at 9 in the morning, and fire came out from all sides of the building. And to us, we thought bombs went off or something, but apparently planes went. But it's a sad, very sad time for America.
What we're going to do is we're going to turn back to the tower right here. We're going to send it back to you, and of course, what everybody is thinking is that our prayers are with the people who are in that tower. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Get an update on the State Department real quick.
Apparently it was a car bomb that exploded outside the State Department. That's according to senior U.S. law enforcement officers. The State Department had been evacuated previous, apparently, to this bomb. So one can only assume that the people that were in that building got out safe and sound. We certainly hope that they did. Let's go to Walter Perez. Walter is downtown in Lower Manhattan.
Okay, now, as you can imagine, Ralph, as you can imagine, it is a pretty frenzied scene out here just a few moments ago. I'd say about 20 minutes ago. We're not sure exactly what it was. We have not confirmed it, but something either exploded or fell off the side of the one building that was attacked and caused a massive plume of smoke. As we turn left, you can see there's the trucks go by that they're spitting off smoke. These were the emergency trucks and ambulances that were near the building at the time that had happened. At that point, it wasn't so much of a frenzied scenario because people were walking away from the building. This entire region has been cordoned off, and people who are working in nearby buildings were told to leave and evacuate the area for obvious reasons, for safety concerns. When that second plume of smoke came up from the ground area, people started running. People were covered in soot. There were people with blood on their shirts, rips in their shirts, And at this point, looking up at the top of the building at a rate of about 1 every 5 minutes, you see people that are jumping from the top of the building. It is an absolutely harrowing scene at this point. Police officials told us to evacuate the area that we were in. We moved about 2 blocks further, but the scene is very, very similar. Plumes of smoke all around the area and people not exactly sure what's going on. All the telephone lines are jammed up as people are trying to communicate, not just police to other people, but folks who saw what happened, trying to communicate loved ones and let them know that they're safe. So it's a very hectic situation at this point. As we gather more information and we're sure we're settled where we're supposed to stop, we'll get back to you, because at this point, police are still not sure where we should be. And as you can see, a lot of police activity. They're trying to move the media to a safe area so we can do proper reporting and let everybody know exactly what's going on. For now, back to you.
Walter, have they given you any indication? I'm sorry, he can't hear me. All right. We simply do not know who has been hurt and what casualties might have occurred, which is the information that we are. I want you to take a look at what's happening right now. That is a live picture.
That's
a live picture too. That's World Trade Center 2 has just collapsed.
That's the second
Oh my
towers
God.
to collapse.
We are now looking at
An
the collapse of the second of the World Trade Center towers. Again, this is something that we never dreamed we would witness in our lifetime. Let us tell you that to come into this city right now, you will not be able to. The bridges, the tunnels shut down, subway lines, trains pretty much closed. The New York Stock Exchange.
Just a moment ago, the entire top of the building collapsed. You can see a massive plume of smoke. People are running away from the area. There are firefighters and there are police trying to evacuate the area as quickly as possible. People who are near the area are in an absolute frenzied situation. The entire top of the building just collapsed. You can see the plume of smoke is coming in our direction. Let's get out of here, Ralph. We're going to leave because the smoke is coming right at us.
Obviously, this is a devastating
They're
moment
gone.
in
Look at
our
that.
history.
They're gone. The World Trade Center is no more.
We do not know at this point the extent of injuries or casualties, how many people were in these buildings trying to get out. We've seen some gut-wrenching descriptions, witness accounts of people hanging out of windows, jumping, trying to get to safety.
You see the obvious.
Look at the plume.
All right, let's go to
of smoke.
NBC News right now.
We are back at 10:30 Eastern Time on this Tuesday morning, this horrific, incredible, not to be believed Tuesday morning. You are looking at live pictures of the World Trade Center where just a few minutes ago, within the last minute actually, the second Twin Tower collapsed. Just to recap, if you're just joining us, around 8:42 Eastern Time this morning here in New York City, a plane crashed into the right Twin Tower of the World Trade Center about 2/3 of the way up the building, leaving a huge gaping hole, a huge fire, and tons of billowing smoke. About 25 minutes later, a second jet, believed to be a 727 or a 737,
some reports of a 757 even,
then crashed in the second Twin Tower. The first plane, incidentally, was en route from Boston, Massachusetts to Los Angeles.
Here's the video, I think, of the second plane striking the tower.
That's right. We're not sure the origin of that plane, is my understanding. The first plane that caused that hole on the right-hand side in the other Twin Tower was from Boston to LAX to Los Angeles. It was Flight 11, American Airlines. We have confirmed that that plane was hijacked. What happened following the hijacking is unclear. We should note that about an hour after the first collision at the Pentagon, reportedly another plane crashed into the Pentagon, which is just outside Washington, D.C. in Northern Virginia. All air traffic has been stopped.
Government buildings have been evacuated, as have other buildings across the country. The Sears Tower in Chicago was evacuated. You can imagine that other buildings in major cities and small cities around the country are probably being evacuated as well.
There's an unconfirmed report of a car bomb at the State Department. We haven't not been able to pin that down. There is also, Jim McLeshevsky was told, there was an unconfirmed report of another air hijacking. We share this with you not in an attempt to in any way exacerbate what is already a terrible situation, but so much has come true today based on these early reports that we want you to have as much information as we can possibly get. At the Pentagon, All people outside were told to take cover just moments ago, but Jim McCloskey said the skies were clear.
There was an unconfirmed report of another hijacking with a plane headed towards Washington. Again, we don't want to sound alarmist, but that is something that Mick heard while he was at the Pentagon. We also want to mention that the president is en route from Longboat Key, Florida, where he was there to visit an elementary school to talk about literacy. Obviously, clearly, his agenda has changed dramatically. He will convene a meeting of the National Security Council as soon as he gets home. Colin Powell is also on his way back from Lima, Peru. He was scheduled to be in Bogota, Colombia.
And probably not at the White House. They'll probably take him to a safe location. There are a number of them, some in the hills of Virginia, as you know. And my guess is that Air Force One is in the unusual situation of having a fighter plane escort on its way back from Florida today. That's where we stand.
Think about the loss of life that we could have seen this morning. If you think about the fact that when full, the World Trade Centers hold about 50,000 people, no telling how many people were at work before 9 o'clock this morning and then shortly after 9 o'clock in the other tower. But if you look at this picture here, Tom and Katie, at Lower Manhattan, it appears that terrorists have succeeded this time in doing what terrorists tried to do back in 1993.
This is war. This is a declaration and an execution of an attack on the United States. Two of our most conspicuous symbols of the American system of capitalism. The Pentagon, which of course is the headquarters of the most mighty military in the world, was attacked today as well. The White House has been evacuated. The State Department has been evacuated. Financial markets have been immobilized. All flights taking off after these attacks were grounded.
International flights have been sent to Canada.
It turns out it's transatlantic flights only going to Canada now. So there has been great chaos visited upon this country, to say nothing, as you pointed out, Matt, so importantly, of the still untold loss of life. And it's going to be horrendous. We don't know yet what the exact numbers are, but we can only tell you by looking at those pictures that you can guess as well as that we can, that there are going to be a lot of people who are not going to be able to escape that.
Back in 1993, when the bomb blew up in the basement of the World Trade Center, so many survivors talked about how long it took them with no power in the elevators to walk down the smoke-filled stairways. And you think about how many people were still trying to escape those buildings when first one and then the second tower collapsed.
And of course, the triage unit that has been set up, area hospitals are all receiving victims. And as Matt said, 50,000 capacity when everybody is in the building. But many people at 8:42 a.m. here in New York are at their desk, working in their offices. One young man or one man was reached by phone and was asked what is happening there. And he said, we are blanking dying here.
Not to
and
mention,
there was screaming and yelling and pure chaos, understandably, going on in the background.
There's a picture of Lower Manhattan, ladies and gentlemen, the most important city in the world in so many ways. And now it has been attacked by terrorists at the World Trade Center, and the damage is beyond our ability to tell you in great detail.
Let me mention that,
I was going to say, here's what the president said. He canceled an education appearance in Florida. Here's what he said just a short time ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a difficult moment for America. I unfortunately will be going back to Washington after my remarks. Secretary Rod Pace and Lieutenant Governor will take the podium and discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at the Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today, we've had a national tragedy. Two airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence.
That was George W. Bush about an hour ago speaking from Longboat Key, Florida. He is en route to Washington, D.C. We're looking at some pictures on the ground, or we were, of apparently some of the victims. He is on the ground.
Quite extraordinary. These are the emergency workers who are coming back. It was just about 10 minutes ago that we described to you the possibility of that North Tower collapsing. About 5 minutes after we went off the air, it did collapse. Once again, we have no idea at this point the loss of life. I can only tell you there were hundreds of emergency workers down there, about 5 or 6 blocks. It took probably about, I would say, no more than 50 or 60 seconds for that dust cloud, dust and smoke, to literally make it the 5 or 6 blocks up here and begin to envelop us, at which point we started to move out of the way. There were literally dozens and dozens of firemen who were trying to run past us. In fact, our cameraman even put one of the captains in his car and drove him down to a command post. The people who you see here are pretty much all emergency workers. Many of them that I have seen in the last 2 to 3 minutes, quite frankly, are coming out of here. And remember this, these are professionals. They're coming out of there looking literally stunned, in shock, many of them, struggling for breath, obviously in serious distress. Breathing problems are the biggest problem for those who manage to make it safely out of that area down below us. You can't see much more than a block south of me right now. And the World Trade Center probably stands about 10 blocks south of where I am at this moment. And as you can see now, the dust is beginning to pick up here. It really depends on which way the wind blows as to whether or not we get heavy dust or not. But at this point, I can tell you that in the first few minutes, emergency workers were trying just basically to get out of there, to survive. You could see that written in their faces. The situation was so desperate, they just wanted to get out of there. Now, many of them are beginning to regroup. A couple of them asked me where their commander might be. They're trying to get together and go back in there and try to take care of the people who obviously are in serious trouble. There's no other way to describe it. The language here, at times, if I slip into language which seems a little melodramatic, forgive me, but this is a circumstance which is very, very difficult to describe in many ways without sounding melodramatic. Certainly in more than 20 years of covering horrific events, this is something that I've never seen before. As we say, the emergency workers now beginning to try to gather themselves. Over there, you can see a police emergency service unit. They're trying basically now to reestablish some kind of a safe perimeter. And many of the emergency workers basically just happy to be alive. Certainly that picture tells it all. Many of them just happy to be alive at this point, having survived what is an extraordinary event, the collapse of 2 towers. As we said earlier in our report, 110 stories each. I will tell you that what I saw fall had to be at least 40, 50 stories of that building at first. The skeleton was left at about, I would say, the 50 or 60th floor after the shell, after the structure of the building fell down. The skeleton, the steel skeleton, was literally sheaved off, and it took probably about another 30 seconds before the skeleton collapsed into the street. That was the last we saw of the World Trade Center, and that was maybe 10 minutes ago when that final skeleton, the metal skeleton, steel skeleton, collapsed into the street.
That was NBC's Pat Dawson again. He's standing about 10 blocks from where the World Trade Center towers used to stand. You're looking at the collapse of one of those towers right now. We now have an AP News alert out of Pittsburgh. Officials at Somerset County Airport are confirming the crash of a large plane just north of the airport. That's about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. Again, officials at Somerset County Airport confirmed the crash of a large plane north of that airport, which is located about 80 miles to the southeast of the city of Pittsburgh. We do not know whether that crash of that plane is related to what has become an obvious terrorist attack both here in New York City and in Washington, D.C. at the Pentagon.
Matt, we just got a late word that State Department security officials are denying those reports of a car bomb at the State Department. Betsy Stewart is at the C Street entrance and also says there's no sign of a car bomb. Betsy Stewart is one of our producers who's very familiar with the State Department. The building has been evacuated. Top officials are still believed to be in the operations center, however. Those are highly secure areas in terms of penetration physically and otherwise. Colin Powell, as Andrea reported earlier, was headed for Lima, Peru, but he's done a U-turn and he's coming back. The president is on his way back. He'll have a National Security Council meeting, we think probably at around 11:30 or perhaps around noon. That is likely to take place either at Andrews Air Force Base or in some more secure location. The White House has been evacuated, especially with this report of another plane going down, this time in the Pittsburgh area, There were planes in the air when the order went out that there would be no more takeoffs. So we don't know how much more damage these terrorists had in mind.
Let's go to Bob Hager, who is, of course, NBC's aviation expert. Bob, what kind of information are you getting from your sources?
Not a lot, Katie, from the FAA. For instance, they are not talking about any possible hijacks. And normally they can tell when there's a hijack in progress because the pilot, the original pilot of the plane, has various buttons that he can push that set off a code and tell them that there were hijacks. But maybe as a matter of security, they're not saying anything about that. They did stop all takeoffs in the U.S. at 9:25 this morning. And then for pilots that were in the air, the question came up what to do about them. And they were given some discretion to continue on to their destination, so long as it was not the New York or Washington area, or divert to an airport if that's what they wanted to do. I saw the blast at the Pentagon, not the blast take place, but moments after it. I'd been at National Airport trying to get up to New York, and you could see that smoke billowing out of the Pentagon. I can give you a little description of what it's like on the streets of Washington, because it was quite crowded trying to work my way back here to NBC. They have now given not only the White House and those key buildings like the U.S. Capitol, but at this point they've given all federal employees the word to leave their offices and get home.
All right.
So there are traffic jams in Washington.
Okay, Bob, I'm sure you're going to get more information for us momentarily, but first we want to go to Jim Miklaszewski at the Pentagon, who has some more information. Mick?
Katie, they're still clearing people away from the Pentagon. Still, security forces believe that there may be another incoming plane headed in the Washington region. But there was a very telling, dramatic moment just a second ago when a U.S. Air Force F-16 flew very low level, did a wide sweeping turn around the Pentagon and back over Washington. And as one Air Force officer standing near me said, "My God, they're now flying air cover over Washington." A very dramatic moment, a milestone in what Tom has already described as a declaration of war, terrorist war against the U.S.
Let's go back and show you the pictures of Lower Manhattan, where the situation only gets worse, not better. That is the financial district of the world. It's also a residential area and a great commercial area. Both Twin Trade Tower buildings now have collapsed onto the ground. There is an untold loss of life. The ripple effect goes on with all the smoke and dust that is spread out across that very densely populated area. It goes down below ground as well as in the high-rise buildings there. There are many residential structures in that area as well. Some heroic rescue workers were down there trying to get people out of the building when the first building came down, and then the second building did as well. Without any sound and looking at this, there is a kind of a surreal quality. But that is the epicenter of a great, great national tragedy and a great loss of life. No question about it this morning.
We're talking about people who were hurt, perhaps killed in this blast. Many of them have been brought to area hospitals, including St. Vincent's Hospital. Bob Bazell is there. Bob, what's the latest?
Well, Katie, ambulances continue to stream in. Several New York City streets have been closed. Major avenues have been closed off so that ambulances can continue to come in. In addition, the New York City subway system has now been closed down, and several buildings that were not involved in the World Trade Center area have been shut down, and people have been told to go home, but a lot of them are just wandering aimlessly on the street. Many people openly weeping and hugging each other. This clearly is a time that, as Tom described, is very close to the beginning of a war. And but the casualties do keep coming in: burns, smoke inhalation, very severe. And again, all the medical people that I've talked to say this is just the tip of the iceberg. We expect casualties to be coming in all through the night and way into tomorrow and beyond.
Bob, if you could just stand by for a moment, because we have this report from AP that I'm just simply going to read. A large plane crashed Tuesday morning just north of the Somerset County Airport, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. Airport officials said the plane, believed to be a Boeing 767, crashed around 10 a.m. about 8 miles east of Jennerstown, according to County 911 dispatchers. WPXI-TV reported. The crash came the same morning that terrorists crashed two planes into the World Trade Center in New York City, and the twin 110-story towers collapsed. Explosions also rocked the Pentagon and the State Department, although that was refuted moments ago, and spread fear across the nation. There was no other immediate details on the Pennsylvania crash, and it was not clear whether the crash was related to the others. Again, that was a report, a bulletin that was just issued by the Associated Press.
You know what is so stunning about all of this, Matt and Katie, is that there has been no no indication whatsoever that this very carefully coordinated massive attack was going to occur. There's been a complete intelligence failure here. And there will be, obviously, down the road, a price to pay for that.
Well,
But
that's actually not all that surprising, Tom, because we've often talked in the past following every terrorist event about how vulnerable the United States is, and many terrorist experts say how unprepared they are. And the question, of course, is, can you ever prepare for an attack like this?
Well, that's true, but we also have people out there who are in listening posts, and we've penetrated these kinds of listening posts.
Oh. All right, hold on one second. I want to say thank you all for being here. And, you know, this message that I put up, you know, this is very important. So thank you for being here. So we're going to switch to, we love 60 Minutes Australia. Now, just keep in mind when I get into these different parts of the show, if I end up, you know, dropping for a second and you see this, or I become available or something, just hang out for a few minutes. I wish these things, you know, just with copyright stuff, I wish these things didn't happen, because it's about the message, and it's about sharing. And so I don't understand. So I don't know. I'm just saying, if you ever see a part come up at any point from this segment on, where it says unavailable, just hang out for a few minutes. I'll be back when YouTube allows it to happen or whatever. Now, I've chosen certain programs over the last 10 months when I started making this show. This was one of the first episodes or shows that I thought about for the future. And so over time, I've saved different programs, and then I've kind of learned, you know, what's okay and what's not. And so I kind of saved certain programs to be able to share the stories today. Now, I won't be able to get into all these programs because there are a lot of copyright issues out there. So, but I'm going to get into a 60 Minutes Australia episode. The moment the world changed. Not only I wanted to show as it happened, but I also want to show a story, okay, of the whole event. Then we're going to get to a Flight 93 episode, where it's a story about Flight 93. Then we're going to get to a bunch of current videos, up to date, different stories from people. And then at the end, we're going to end it with the ending of Osama bin Laden, and the effort and what took place, and you know, it's the finale of the attack that happened on us, in a way. And so I thought it would be fitting to show that at the end. So I want to say thank you to everybody. I appreciate you for being here. I know it's a tough day. It was tough for me, you know, and I wasn't even firsthand, you know, affected by it. Just the things that I was going through that day, and the fears, and you know, I was working next to it's kind of interesting because the Flight 93 plane, it turned around right above Akron, and if you go watch the flight path, you'll see it turned right above Akron. And I was working right next to a Lockheed building. And so with all the confusion and everything that was going on, and we were all glued to our radios and the TVs, and we didn't know what was a target at that point. And so, considering it being Lockheed and an important part of Akron, and we were right next to it, there was a lot of fears there. So we're gonna excuse me. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys.
Several situations going on here. It's escalating big time.
On that day, 19 men armed only with box cutters hijacked 4 fully fueled passenger jets and attacked America in its very heartland.
The world changed in a couple of hours in a very profound way.
A 737 hit the World Trade Center.
By the time that terrible morning was over, nearly 3,000 people were dead and one word summed up our future: terror.
I am watching thousands of people dying right now.
20 years on, we identified the lessons learned that day and how we failed to heed them.
Didn't really resolve a lot of the problems in the Middle East.
The war on terror removed figurehead Osama bin Laden, but the ultimate goal to destroy terrorism is further away than ever. And with the resurgent Taliban now ruling Afghanistan, the world may be at greater risk than when we started.
They want to make us afraid of one another.
Tonight we'll investigate what and reveal what experts fear is yet to come.
The Americans know that if terrorists ever get their hands on a nuclear device, they will be the target.
As we return to the very moment the world changed. Good evening, I'm Liz Hayes, and this is Under Investigation. Joining me, James Dorney, who was then a 25-year-old management consultant working on the 92nd floor of the South Tower, and who miraculously survived to tell us his extraordinary tale. Former Australian Prime Minister John Howard, who was in America and sheltered with his family in a Washington bunker as the Pentagon came under attack. Professor Simon Jackman, CEO of the United States Study Centre at Sydney University, who was working in America when the attacks occurred. In Brisbane, Yolanda Jetton, Professor of Psychology at Queensland University and an expert in trauma. And from Canberra, Dr. Anne Alley, a counter-terrorism expert and Australia's first female Muslim member of Federal Parliament. Thank you very much for joining me. For those of us alive at the time, we all remember where we were on 9/11. It was late night in Australia. Those of us with the television on would have seen the news break around 10 p.m.
Welcome to this special edition, extended edition of National 9 News, as we try to come to terms with the almost unbelievable event.
An aircraft had just struck the World Trade Center, its 110-story twin towers, highly visible symbols of American financial dominance. Surely an accident, we thought.
I just think there's going to be another explosion.
But no, it was the first direct act of war against the United States in over 50 years. America was under attack, but by whom? The terrorist group Al-Qaeda and its leader Osama bin Laden were generally unknown to the public and fatally underestimated by intelligence services in the West. That is until 8:46 a.m., when American Airlines Flight 11, a Boeing 767 with 92 passengers and crew on board, struck the World Trade Center's North Tower. James Dorney had been working in New York for nearly 3 years and was at his desk on the 92nd floor of the South Tower. James, you were in the thick of it.
That's right, Liz. My office was looking north, and I remember I got off the phone and I was looking straight at the building in front of me when it essentially exploded. So it happened right in front of my eyes. Basically, 10 floors exploding straight in front of me.
And you had no idea at that point what that was?
I never actually saw an aircraft. but an almighty explosion. The smoke, the flames. Slips of paper floating on the breeze. I assumed that a pipe had exploded. That's all I could come up with. But at that particular time, it was just mayhem.
To quell the panic, an announcement instructed James and his colleagues who'd seen what had happened next door to stay at their desks.
I was, I think, in a state of shock and wandering around on the 92nd floor when that particular announcement was made that the South Tower was secure and that you could stay put. For some reason, it had the exact opposite impact on me, and I thought, you can tell me that when my feet are on the ground, I'm out of here. And I got into a fire escape in the northwestern fire escape in the South Tower, which turned out to be the furthest stairwell from where the plane was about to crash into the building.
At 9:03 a.m., scarcely 20 minutes after the North Tower was hit, United Airlines Flight 175, another Boeing 767 carrying 65 men, women and children, crashed into the South Tower between the 77th and 85th floors.
I wasn't too many floors down. I seem to recall I was at around the 70th floor when the next plane came crashing into the building. So I was stuck in a very narrow stairwell when that occurred, probably just a little bit below the point of impact.
But did you know that that was a plane?
No idea. I didn't know for a long, long time what had happened.
It looks like a movie. I saw a large plane, like a jet, going immediately headed directly into the World Trade Center.
You have a Boeing 767 crashing into a building. It's very difficult to put into words the force that I felt. I had to catch myself. I thought I was dead. Then it turned out that I wasn't, and the building stopped shaking, and I said, I better keep going down here.
Something else just hit, a very large plane.
At that point, people started to fill into these stairways. I really remember the piles of shoes being left at every turn, people kicking off their shoes, and I remember standing still in the 50s because there were then that many people in the stairs and you couldn't move. And I remember thinking to myself, I just can't get out. Those stairs were the worst, absolute worst. It really brings back some pretty horrific memories when I think about it.
It was the worst because everybody was trying to do what you were doing.
Well, you couldn't really help yourself, and it's probably very lucky that I didn't know what had happened, to be honest, because that really would have set people off, I think. There were people sitting down on the stairs waiting to be rescued, and I just had to get out. I had to get out of there.
Even while James Dorney and thousands of others trapped in the Twin Towers were still fighting for their lives, the terrible truth of the attack was sinking in. In Florida, President George Bush was visiting a class of second graders when his chief of staff interrupted. Bush was told of the attacks as TV cameras rolled.
I walked up to him and leaned over and said, a second plane hit the second tower. America is under attack. And I think that's the day he really recognized the great burden of being president.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward. And freedom will be defended.
9/11 was new territory for everyone. Nothing like it had ever happened in military history, and the world had to quickly come to terms with a horrifying new reality. Yolanda, from your perspective, this is the beginning of the trauma. From the moment we saw what was happening, the trauma began.
I guess what it actually did is that the world changed in a couple of hours in a very profound way. And I guess it really left us with the sense of what's next, or who are we going to become. At that stage, I don't think any of us knew really what the magnitude of it was or what it really would mean for the future.
And Ali, you were in Australia?
And like many Australians, I was watching television and this came on the screens. We were all witnesses to this tragic event unfolding live before our eyes. We were all placed in the position of witness.
Simon, where were you?
It was early morning in California. Our next door neighbour came pounding on our front doors saying they've blown up New York. I've been in those buildings myself. You know how many thousands of people work there. And you're just thinking to yourself, I am watching thousands of people are dying right now, live TV.
It was only 9:30 in the morning, but already hundreds of innocent people were dead, and the financial district of New York had become the first field of battle in a terrifying new war. In the US Capitol, 9/11's next act unfolded.
Mike and Andrea, can you hear me? First of all, let me just first describe the scene. This is the west side of the Pentagon, the heliport side off of Washington Boulevard.
At 9:37 a.m. Washington time, the shock and scale of the Al-Qaeda attack intensified. American Airlines Flight 77 plummeted into the Pentagon, piercing the heart of the US military. It was Osama bin Laden's ultimate humiliation of this superpower. All 64 people on board and 125 inside the building died.
Folks, we gotta leave.
Chaos gripped the Capitol. The White House was evacuated, then the Capitol building. And in the midst of this escalating national crisis was our Prime Minister, John Howard.
Could I just say how horrified I am at what I've just heard regarding what's happened in New York? It appears to be a most horrific, awful event that will obviously entail a very big cost.
John Howard joins us now from lockdown in his Sydney home. You would remember that quite vividly, I would think, Mr. Howard.
It was during that news conference that third plane slammed into the Pentagon. I went back to my room and within minutes, George Edwards, who was the head of my security, American security details, said, "You're getting out of here." And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "I haven't lost anybody yet and I don't intend to start today."
This rarely seen footage captures the tense moments in which Mr. Howard was rushed to safety at the Australian Embassy, while authorities desperately tried to track down his wife and son.
And I wanted to know about my wife and eldest son, Tim. He and his mother were heading, in fact, towards Pentagon because they're going on a bit of a sightseeing visit. When they heard about what had happened, that changed very rapidly. They were directed to the bunker underneath the Australian Embassy in Pennsylvania Avenue.
As the Howard sheltered in the bunker, outside the US military was in disarray, its leaders in hiding, the Pentagon in flames.
Well, it's not just a symbol. It's far more than a symbol. It's the central nervous system of the American military, where the Secretary of Defense works, the very top of the military leadership, the Joint Chiefs. The idea that that could be hit in the way it was and taken offline for a time at least, just a remarkable thing for people with box cutters to be able to pull off.
Mr. Howard, this wasn't just any old building, was it?
They'd struck the two great American symbols. The Twin Towers were a symbol of economic supremacy, and the Pentagon was a symbol of military supremacy. It had all the symbolism, it had all the audacity. It's always difficult to say this without being misunderstood, but as a calculation designed to humiliate, it couldn't have been better as far as the terrorists were concerned.
And quite extraordinary, really.
You have this idea that America is absolutely invincible. No country is invincible.
Meanwhile, James Dorney was out of the South Tower, but he was not out of trouble.
I vividly remember coming to the bottom of the World Trade Tower there, looking out through the glass. The sky was black. There was debris falling. I thought to myself, what is going on here? Running up the other way were all the fireys. They were knocking themselves out to get up into that building and rescue people and fight that fire. All I could think of was going the other way. These amazing people were going into the building.
I can't imagine what you thought was happening to you.
I didn't know. We came out a block away when we finally emerged onto street level, and I remember that there were fully grown men screaming and wailing. It was a complete war scene. There was screaming, there were sirens. There was horrific scenes all over the street of body parts. I looked up and people jumping out of the towers. It was like a scene out of hell, basically. And I remember getting about a block away up onto Broadway and finally looking up over my shoulder and seeing essentially two burning towers. And I thought to myself, I need to put that much distance between me and them. And I took off uptown, and it's just as well I did, because I hadn't been out very long when the South Tower fell down.
On a morning that was already far beyond the bounds of comprehension came the truly unimaginable. At 9:59 a.m., less than an hour after it had been attacked, the earth shook around the World Trade Center. The South Tower collapsed, the immense structure disintegrating in less than 10 seconds. At 10:28, less than 30 minutes after the South Tower falls, the North Tower collapses as well. In that moment, the Twin Towers cease to exist. And James Dorney, that is obviously a moment that you can't forget.
No, look, I'll never be able to forget that.
Yeah, Mike! Mike!
We were traumatised watching it. When you hear what James went through, it's unimaginable.
Yeah, look, I think what James experienced is indeed a very deep personal trauma, and it is clearly life-changing. And at the same time, I also think that it's clear that this is a trauma, and it's a collective trauma.
It resonates, doesn't it, in all of us? There is a little bit of that traumatic day in all of us.
That's right. It represented American identity, you could say. And when that is possible, when you actually see on your screen that it's possible to destroy that in such a way, that goes quite deep, not just at a very personal level, but also at a very collective level. It affects societies and everyone in it.
Mr. Howard, did you think at that moment that the world has just changed now?
I mean, look, I don't pretend to have foreseen how it was going to change, but I knew that this was a life-changing event. It was an even more brutal assault, audacious assault on American sovereignty than Pearl Harbor. I immediately thought, well, this has clear government and political consequences. Obviously, the initial response had to be from the United States. But overall, you do start to think fairly quickly of how you should respond.
There is not anything recognizable of what were the two trade towers. Nothing.
The aircraft crashed right through to the central courtyard, killing all 64 on board.
Yeah, we're looking at eyewitness pictures here, which are just horrific. This looks like downtown Beirut a few years ago.
With the destruction of the World Trade Center, nearly 3,000 people are killed. Only 16 survivors will ever be rescued from the rubble. In the days that followed, Americans lived in constant fear of further attacks. Australia's intelligence chief at the time, ASIO boss Dennis Richardson, says this attack was a failure of the US and its allies to imagine the scale, effectiveness and ingenuity of their enemy.
If you had have asked me to write down the 50 most likely terrorist challenges that we might have in 2001, I wouldn't have written that down. We were so focused offshore, we were so focused on where our vulnerabilities might be globally that we forgot our own vulnerabilities domestically. The bottom line was that it was a failure of imagination. We all lacked imagination.
The intelligence world quickly focused on the little-known terrorist group Al-Qaeda and its shadowy mastermind, Osama bin Laden, who operated from a stronghold in Afghanistan. This was an entirely new breed of enemy, one with no rules of engagement and whose weapon of choice was fear.
The images that were broadcast on our televisions kept it in the collective memory. Part of terrorism is that surprise element, it's that media coverage, it's capturing the international imagination.
Yes, it was very calculated. It was very calculated.
It is also the unimaginable of using something that is part of our everyday, an airplane, to conduct such a heinous terrorist attack.
If I could bring in Yolanda here, seeing those towers crumble, the Pentagon's been hit, the psyche of the world has shifted, hasn't it?
The symbolic humiliation that this attack represented should not be underestimated, in the sense that it is an attack in the heart of a country that thought it was invincible, that this would never happen on American soil. And so in that sense, it is indeed something that is a very deep wound, collectively, you could say.
James, you lived this, you breathed this, you survived this. Just. Did you get angry, or did you just think, thank God I got out?
I never really felt any anger about it, Liz. My overwhelming sense throughout all of this was one of sadness. And I just remember this eerie feeling in New York of shock on people's faces. It was like the oxygen had been sucked out of New York, and that was not probably unique to New York. I think all around the world, people were either waking up or going to bed thinking, what's happened here and what's it going to mean?
The American homeland had been attacked as never before. The shock and the casualties far greater than the Japanese surprise bombing of Pearl Harbor, which propelled the US into World War II. Americans wanted revenge, and their president, George W. Bush, who'd been elected by the barest of margins less than a year before, suddenly became a wartime leader.
I can hear you! I can hear you, the rest of the world hears you, and the people who knocked these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
I knew that the Americans would respond, and instinctively thought to myself, well, we'll have to be alongside them. I did go to Congress that day on the Wednesday. And it was probably one of the most emotional moments I've had. I had as Prime Minister.
The chair wishes to acknowledge the presence of the Prime Minister.
And then that afternoon, I said that we would stand beside the Americans in any response. I hadn't discussed that with my cabinet, but I knew instinctively that was what the feelings of the great majority, not everybody, the great majority of the Australian people would be. You can be assured of Australia's resolute solidarity with the American people.
True to his word, when America invaded Afghanistan on the hunt for Osama bin Laden a month after 9/11, John Howard ensured we were there. And you have no regrets about that, Mr. Howard?
No, I had no regrets about that at all. There was an almost united view in Australia that we should join in the initial intervention to deny Al-Qaeda the safe harbour of Afghanistan to mount a future attack, because one of the immediate reactions of people was this could be the beginning of a series of attacks around the world.
Was there any other option other than war?
That there was no way the United States could stand for this. There's a sense from the American security establishment we couldn't protect our people. They had to fend for themselves on that day. So damn right, they were going to go after someone. We know where they are. Now, how are we going to go get them?
Well, given he was so pivotal to this whole group, and Ali, would it have been better just to go for Osama bin Laden?
Military strategists rightly pointed out that the mistake was utilising conventional warfare against an unconventional enemy. You may have used military might to destroy terrorist training camps, but it certainly did not kill terrorism.
But 9/11 gave President Bush virtual carte blanche to strike anywhere at will, under the banner of the war on terror.
It will not end until every terrorist group of global reach has been found, stopped, and defeated.
But there was one country and one dictator in the Bush administration's sights almost from the first moments of the 9/11 attacks: Iraq's Saddam Hussein. The invasion of Iraq was justified by intelligence reports that Saddam was stockpiling nuclear weapons and that he could pass them to the terrorists. Only after Australia joined the invading forces did we discover Iraq's so-called weapons of mass destruction did not exist. And Australia, under your leadership, Mr. Howard, was central to the coalition of the willing. Do you accept that?
Oh, yes. Obviously, the decision to join the Americans and the British in the Iraqi campaign was very controversial. I remain unrepentant, so to speak, about our decision to join it.
I know you defended, and I understand why you defended, but are you proud of it, given all that you do now know?
My answer is that when I look back, the accumulated view of the entire American intelligence established late in 2002 that Iraq did have weapons of mass destruction.
I understand that, but it ended up being wrong. And that's the hard bit, isn't it?
Intelligence can often be wrong.
But the ramifications
problem
of
is,
being
still
wrong.
is that if you wait for blue-perfect proof that something's going to happen, you can have another Pearl Harbor.
I think Australians just really didn't understand the reasons why we were partaking in the Iraq war. Was it weapons of mass destruction? Was it to depose Saddam Hussein? Was it because of terrorism?
Perhaps the question is, did we go to war with Iraq because of 9/11?
Well, deep down, I didn't think Iraq was responsible. I thought, though, that if Iraq did have weapons of mass destruction, there was a real risk that those weapons would be handed to a terrorist organisation. And I think that was a pretty legitimate bona fide concern.
The lessons of 9/11 were proving hard and costly. Even when Iraq's stockpiles of WMDs proved to be non-existent, the war went on regardless. Now, in two protracted conflicts without real result, America's anger turned inwards. Numerous conspiracy theories emerged, accusing the government of the ultimate inside job. Two events on 9/11 became central to the conspiracy claims. The first was United Airlines Flight 93, the last of the 4 planes hijacked, supposedly heading for the White House.
Aircraft is moving away.
Moving away from the White House.
Yeah, we believe we just know it's a VFR aircraft. We're not sure who it is.
As a captain, I would like to remain seated. We are all aboard and are going to back to the airport and have our demand to please remain quiet.
United 93, understand have a bomb on board. Go ahead. Executive 956, did you understand that transmission?
Affirmative, he said there was a bomb on board.
Air traffic control recordings and calls from those on board told of an horrific but doomed attempt by passengers to seize back control of the aircraft before crashing into a field in rural Pennsylvania.
Did you hear screaming?
Yes, I did.
But despite all the evidence, conspiracy theories began to circulate that the jet had been shot down by US forces. Then a second event occurred amidst the devastation of the Twin Towers in New York, when another building that formed part of the World Trade Center complex, known as Tower 7, suddenly and without warning collapsed hours after the attack.
We're going to roll that tape for you. This is World Trade number 7 collapsing.
Its 47 floors disintegrated almost in free fall, taking less than 6 seconds. Conspiracy theorists claim Tower 7 was brought down deliberately by a controlled demolition, an allegation backed by a group of 3,400 building professionals called Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. The leader of the group is Richard Gage.
The truth about 9/11 is a wake-up call for all of us. The explosive evidence and eyewitness testimony reveals to us not only controlled demolition, but a massive false flag operation, a massive series of lies from our government.
Well, I spoke to Jonathan Barnett, CEO of Basic Expert and one of the world's leading fire structural engineers. Barnett was an expert witness in the US government's central investigation into the collapse of the Twin Towers and gave evidence to the US Congress. In all the investigations, and you said you looked deliberately, any evidence for a controlled demolition, what would you have needed to have found?
We would have looked for steel that had been pre-cut. We would have looked for steel that had been damaged in an explosion, which is different than steel that's been damaged from the forces induced by a falling building. We found nothing.
And if you'd seen a conspiracy, you would have called it out.
Of course we would have. And it's something that all of us were strongly dedicated to finding the truth.
Barnett's team also established the complex preparation that would be needed for a controlled demolition in a building like Tower 7.
That kind of work doesn't happen in an hour or two. It takes many days, and in some buildings, weeks to do. Well, none of that happened on Tower 7.
Yolanda, can I bring you in here? Conspiracy theories just abound after 9/11. What happens? What's going on that people with high intellect, expertise decide something fishy is going on.
Basically, what a conspiracy theory is an attempt to regain some sense of control. And whenever something big happens, right, like 9/11, but even COVID, and we want to have an explanation about us because our worldview is seriously sort of challenged at that moment. So we saw that with Princess Diana. Was it MI5 who killed her? And there are so many conspiracy theories about why JFK, how he was murdered. And the same is actually the case with 9/11. We cannot accept, psychologically almost, that something as big as this was just caused by a handful of terrorists. And by actually embracing the conspiracy theory, we feel that we're back in control. We understand why the world is and why all of this happened the way that it did.
You must find this galling, James, to think that people do think this wasn't an attack by an enemy.
Yeah, and look, I've obviously heard all the conspiracy theories about that building falling down. To be completely honest, Liz, I'm actually flabbergasted more buildings weren't knocked down. I'm surprised that anything was left standing within 10 blocks of the joint. I mean, for 20 years now, I've had people that didn't happen. It was an inside job. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm here to tell you that it did happen.
While conspiracy theorists muddied the waters, world leaders were struggling to contain a far more divisive backlash against the Muslim community. As our Prime Minister, Mr. Howard, spoke to Parliament about the attacks immediately after returning to Australia and said this.
And I say to my fellow Australians of Islamic faith or of Middle Eastern descent, I extend to you the hand of friendship. You are part of our great society. You are part of the fabric of the great, decent, freedom-loving, fair-minded Australian nation. And they are as entitled to share my outrage and my sorrow and my anger and my sadness as are others within our community, Mr. Speaker. Because wouldn't it be a terrible, tragic, obscene irony if in responding, however we do it as individuals or as nations, in responding to these terrible terrorist attacks, we forsook the very things that we believed had been assaulted last Tuesday in New York.
I can sense that it's one of those things that you deeply regret that's come from this, that Muslims have suffered terribly, unnecessarily as a result.
In no way did I want the Muslims of Australia to be made scapegoats for this.
And Ali, the backlash, that affected you personally?
Very much so. I'm not visibly Muslim. I don't wear the hijab, but I'd been going to this coffee shop. And then one morning after 9/11, I had a necklace on and someone behind the counter said, "Oh, are you Muslim?" And the barista who I was on first name terms with heard that and looked at me and said, "What do you think about 9/11 and innocent people getting killed?" I said, "Well, I abhor violence against innocent people everywhere." And he said, "Good." And then as I was walking out of the coffee shop, he yelled out, "Look out, everybody, she's a Muslim, she's going to bomb us all." And the whole coffee shop just went silent. It was just shocking. And I went up, sat in the toilet and cried into my coffee cup. That was my response.
Well, and it was precisely the intent. They want to make us afraid of one another. But that was precisely one of the goals of the attacks, was to enrage. It was to bring on this apocalyptic sort of contest. And the challenge for the West was to resist that.
Yeah.
The challenge for the West was to reach for the higher ground.
James, did you have a feeling about who had done this? Did you develop a feeling about Muslims, for example?
No, not at all. I grew up in Australia, proud multicultural society. It's very easy to get angry and go looking for something to scapegoat. And my view has always been to try and rise above that. And I think if that's a very important place to be, or else it consumes you. You can't let that.
Within minutes of the attack on that dreadful morning of September 11th, 2001, America as we knew it and our belief in its invincibility crumbled with the Twin Towers. Wars followed in Afghanistan and Iraq. But in the US, there remained a sense of unfinished business. The leader of al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden, had not been dealt with.
The United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda.
10 years ago, on May the 2nd, 2011, Osama bin Laden was finally hunted down and killed in Pakistan by SEAL Team 6.
A terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. On nights like this one, we can say to those families who have lost loved ones to al-Qaeda's terror, justice has been done.
Tragically, any benefits the coalition forces battled to bring to Afghanistan are being obliterated as we speak. Within days of the withdrawal of US troops, a reinvigorated Taliban had seized control of the capital, Kabul. And the world could only watch and wonder what was achieved as the people of Afghanistan found themselves back where it all began.
If you've lived through one thing you won't do is fail to imagine the possibility of another. And indeed, it's important to think beyond another 9/11.
Among the lessons, the stark warning that for everything that has happened in the 20 years since 9/11, something like that terrible day, according to the experts, will happen again.
The Americans know that if terrorists ever get their hands on a nuclear device, they will be the target. And it's important for us to understand that terrorists will use whatever weaponry they can to cause maximum destruction and death.
They're chilling words. Mr. Howard, what do you think are the lessons we can take from 9/11?
I mean, we are as a nation united behind certain values, and that's the most important thing about our country, our common values. And it's the thing that binds us to the United States. But more than anything else, we have the same values, and values are more important than trade, they're more important than economic systems, they're more important than anything else. And we've got to hold on to them very tightly.
I find it unfortunate that it led to lots of actions, and regardless of whether they were effective or not in sort of the fight against terrorism, it led to a lot of hardship. It didn't really resolve a lot of the problems really in the Middle East.
And Ali?
Terrorists are opportunists, much like many criminals. They will exploit weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Individuals can be inspired to carry out a terrorist attack with extremely low-tech weapons, a car, a knife. And then we also have the very real prospect of cyber terrorism. So I think that terrorism has changed, and the way in which we respond to terrorism also needs to change.
I would point out that after 9/11, there hasn't been a 9/11. And why is that? Because the US, using its intelligence tools primarily, made it a very dangerous thing to be a leader of a global terrorist organization.
There were thousands of victims of 9/11 and many more who have suffered in the 20 years since that terrible morning. The world will never be as it was, but from the ashes of Ground Zero, New York has rebuilt, and so have the many survivors who were there.
In one sense, Liz, 20 years seems a long, long time ago to me, but on the other hand, it just feels like yesterday. And for me personally, it probably doesn't fill me with a great deal of joy going back and going through the events of that day and But I think at this time it's really important that the story is told, because I don't want this to be shots on a television screen. There's a human side to this, of which I'm a very small part. And I think one of the themes that's washed through today is that everybody has a role to play to ensure that these type of things don't happen again in the future. And that is my very firm hope.
Well said. Well, thank you all very much for joining us to remember a day that we need to learn from and one the world must never forget. Hello, I'm Liz Hayes. Thanks for watching 60 Minutes Australia. Subscribe to our channel now for...
And I want to thank them too for that presentation there. Let me see here. Yeah, so that'll be the timeline, all Eastern, just a little bit longer. We're actually running a few minutes early, so it will be a little bit quicker than what we were by probably about 8 minutes or so. And so next we're going to switch to this, and thank you everybody for hanging out. A little bit more. We got the Flight 93 story coming up, a few current update videos, and then the end of Osama bin Laden as part of this story. And I want to say shout out to Wandering Orphan for helping out in this part of the 9/11 story. So I am going to also put that in the description. I'll put the link in the description. If you're watching on replay, all you have to do is go to this on Wandering Orphans link for the Your Stories portion of this 9/11 special and remembrance and honoring of this special day, and keeping the memory alive. Like I said, if you don't speak a language, it fades after time. And so with a lot of the newer generations that weren't even alive or don't even know or weren't even really taught about the story, it's important to have days like this, especially on this special day. So I appreciate you guys' comfort, totally understand if you're not able to be, or if you have to come back, or if you have to take your time. I totally understand. I appreciate you and your comfort so much. And thank you all for sharing your stories in chat, your personal stories as we're doing this show. I encourage anybody, if you are on replay, and if you don't really ever have live chat open, because I know there's some out there that do, I would suggest on this episode having the live chat open, because there's a lot of personal stories there, and I just want to say thank you to everybody for doing that. So next we're going to switch to the Flight 93 story segment of the show. Now, like I said before, we did good with no issues on the last one. Fingers crossed for this one. So if at any point it becomes unavailable for a minute, just hang tight for a few and I'll be right back. I don't know why these things happen when you're trying to just spread the word and the message and to keep things alive, and what the truth was, how it happened is how it happened. The truth, you can't, the videos that we're showing today is you're getting the perspective of when it took place, and that's very important. You're getting the perspective from different sides of the world. You're getting the perspective of updates from the last 22 years, and then you're going to get a perspective of how it ended. Not 2011, I think. So thank you to everybody. I appreciate it. This is called No Greater Love, the story of United Flight 93. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you.
Good evening. Long before modern communications, people commemorated their histories through storytelling. Remember the Alamo, for instance, was a command to tell and retell the story of a battle in which the heroes were all killed. In the last year, we've been able to tell the stories of only a small fraction of the people touched by September 11th, because we can never know what really happened. But we are able to piece together the story of United Airlines Flight 93, which crashed near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. It's been a source of strength and comfort. We know much more now than we did a year ago, but nothing changes the conclusion that those men and women died fighting a battle that almost certainly prevented a much larger tragedy. It was a breathtakingly beautiful morning. Clear blue skies greeted travelers arriving at Newark Airport's Terminal A. Passengers at Gate 17 might have been especially pleased to find that United Flight 93, with 182 seats, was mostly empty. With only 37 passengers, there'd be plenty of room to stretch out on a long trip. And there were some big guys, like Mark Bingham, a rugby player.
He is powerful. He's 6'5", a big, physically fit guy.
Jeremy Glick was another 6-footer, a very big brother.
He was like a giant teddy bear. He just fell into his arms and wanted to see that forever.
Lou Nackey was a weightlifter. At 5'9", he was 190 pounds of muscle and had a Superman tattoo on his shoulder.
When he was a little boy, he loved Superman. And he had actually had a cape on and went through a glass window, pretending to be Superman.
Boarding the plane, they all looked like ordinary people, but soon they'd all need to be supermen and superwomen. Most likely, the oldest passenger was the first to arrive that morning. 79-year-old Hilda Marson was moving cross-country to live with her daughter in California. She was packed and ready to leave at 4:30 a.m. There were two couples, Donald and Jean Peterson, and Linda Gronland and Joseph DeLuca. Pat Cushing was a nervous flyer. She and her sister-in-law, Jane Folger, were going to see the wine country. As the COO of a medical technology firm, Tom Burnett traveled constantly. So much his wife Dina told Maria Shriver, of course he'd marry a flight attendant.
I had just finished flight attendant training. Several of us had, and we were going out to celebrate. And my roommate was talking to this man who was sitting there. And she introduced him to me. And of course, it was Tom.
The pilot, Captain Jason Dahl, had something in common with many of his passengers. He hadn't been scheduled for this flight, but was trying to get in extra hours so he could take time off for his anniversary. 20-year-old Nicole Miller was going home after a spur-of-the-moment weekend to see her close friend Ryan Brown's family back east.
We had a great time. She was so happy and so excited to be and to see these things and to be in New York and have a chance to visit the family that she hasn't really met.
Booking a flight at the last minute, she couldn't get a seat on his flight, but Flight 93 was wide open. A toy company manager, Lou Nackey, only booked his seat the night before. He had a customer on the coast with an inventory problem and offered to fly out first thing Tuesday morning to fix it.
He was debating whether to send the subordinate but in the end he said, it's my responsibility, I better go.
Environmental lawyer Alan Bevan, 48 years old with a 5-year-old daughter and 2 grown sons, was racing to California to repair the damage when a settlement deal collapsed. Lauren Grencolis was traveling from her grandmother's funeral, but she had reason to be happy. After years of trying, she was pregnant with her first child and was about to write a book.
She actually had a publisher interested. It was a book to give women guidance on how they could learn new things in life that would bring them greater self-esteem, courage, and self-confidence.
Her husband Jack was still asleep when she called to leave a message just before 5 California time. Good news, she got a standby seat on an earlier flight, Flight 93. Todd Beamer wasn't normally one to wait till the last minute to fly out for a same-day company meeting, his wife Lisa told Stone Phillips, but he did this time.
He and I had just gotten back from Italy Monday afternoon, and he decided he wanted to spend some time with the kids that night and have a little more time before he flew out, so he decided to try to crunch his travel in the morning.
That's the kind of father he was.
Yeah, it's a true It's your picture right there.
Jeremy Glick was a brand new father. His wife Liz had taken their 3-month-old baby Emmy to her parents' home while he was away on business. He was supposed to leave Monday night, but there were problems at the airport.
For much of the day, flights were behind schedule at Newark Airport, not because of weather, because of fire.
He decided to wait till Tuesday morning.
His flight had been rerouted to Kennedy, he had said, and he didn't feel like getting into California at 3 in the morning. So he figured he would go home and get a good night's sleep and just catch the first one out.
Do you believe in fate?
I do.
Do you believe your husband was fated to be on that plane?
I believe that. I believe that Jeremy was meant for a higher purpose.
At 7:55, one last passenger came rushing down the gangway. That was Mark Bingham. He'd overslept. Bingham made a quick call before the plane backed away from the gate to tell the man he just started dating. Luckily, he'd made the flight. 4 other passengers in the first-class cabin had not picked this flight at the last minute. They'd been casing flights for months, and their destination was not California. The plane pulled back from the gate at 8:01, only 1 minute behind schedule. At Boston's Logan Airport, American Flight 11 had already taken off at 7:58, with United Flight 175 close behind. It was part of a carefully timed plan, 4 planes, including American Flight 77 departing Dulles at 8:15. But in all their planning, the terrorists hadn't factored in a departure delay. Flight 93 had left the gate on time, but due to heavy runway traffic at Newark Airport that morning, it took off 42 minutes late. That runway delay gave passengers on Flight 93 the time to see that this was a suicide mission and the chance to thwart it. Minutes after takeoff, Claudette Green got a call.
My sister-in-law, Bonnie, Don's sister, called me, I guess it was just before 9 o'clock, and said, "Is your television on? You can't believe what's going on."
Green's husband, Don, was flying to California that morning to meet his brothers for a camping trip. She feared the worst.
But I remember feeling enormous relief when I heard American Airlines, because I knew he was on United Airlines. And I sort of put it out of my head.
At that moment, aboard United Flight 93, only the 4 terrorists knew what was about to happen. But they didn't know how it would end. New York City was under attack. Lower Manhattan was near panic. But Flight 93 was cruising comfortably at 35,000 feet. Passengers might have pulled down the window shades against the glare of the morning sun. At least one of the 4 young Middle Eastern men in first class was carrying a knife hidden in a cigarette lighter, and also a copy of a letter.
It is a disturbing and shocking view into the mindset of these terrorists. The letter provides instructions to the terrorists to be carried out both prior and during their terrorist attacks.
If they followed instructions the night of September 10th, they each shaved their bodies, read the Quran, gathered their weapons, and before they stepped on the plane, they were to pray. A videotape released last spring included a message one of them, Ahmed al-Hasnawi, had recorded at least 6 months before the flight, saying his death would send the message that it was time to kill the Americans in their homeland. 27-year-old Lebanese Ziad Jarrah seems to have been the leader. A licensed pilot, he'd taken lessons at a Florida flying school and self-defense classes at a gym.
He told me that he traveled a lot. He was always interested in martial arts, and that in case anything ever happened that he would need to defend himself or know as much about it, what could I teach him?
His written instructions said to scream Allahu Akbar, Arabic for God is great, because this was sure to terrify everyone. It was just before 6:30 in the morning in San Francisco when Dina Burnett's phone rang. Her husband, Tom, was calling from a cell phone from his seat in first class.
I asked him immediately if he was okay, and he said no. He said, I'm on the airplane, United Flight 93, and it's been hijacked. And said, please call the authorities, and he hung up.
Dina immediately called 911.
They just called me from the airplane, United Airlines Flight 93. So the authorities know the plane has been hijacked. They just knifed the passengers.
2 hijackers were soon at the cockpit door.
It's reasonable to assume that most likely they forced their way in.
Aviation consultant and pilot Greg Feith was an investigator for the National Transportation Safety Board for 22 years, though he's not working on the Flight 93 investigation.
Anybody coming into the cockpit from behind is basically in a controlled position because they have freedom of movement that the flight crew doesn't have.
The Air Traffic Control Center in Cleveland was already on the edge of chaos after the attack in New York. Towers all over the country were frantically trying to account for every plane in their airspace. Nobody knew how many more planes had been hijacked. Suddenly, Flight 93's transponder, which sends controllers a radar signal with identifying information, was switched off. That got Cleveland Center's attention.
Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center.
It was just after 9:30. As the president was appearing before cameras in Florida, Cleveland air traffic controllers were hearing an American voice aboard Flight 93 yell, "Get out of here." Perhaps it was Captain Dahl or his co-pilot, Leroy Homer.
Someone had keyed a mic, but they had an open microphone when all this commotion was going on.
Then Cleveland heard screaming. Investigators can only speculate whether it was Dahl and Homer fighting to defend the aircraft or being murdered. But at 9:32, a chilling radio transmission intended for the passengers. One of the hijackers had a red box tied around his waist, which he said was a bomb. Controllers tried repeatedly to raise Flight 93 with no reply.
United 93, verify your level is 350. United 93, Cleveland. United 93, Cleveland. United 93, if you're at Cleveland Center, identify, please.
The remaining passengers and crew were divided into 2 groups, 10 in the first-class section. 27 were moved to the back of coach. They started making dozens of phone calls. So many there's been speculation the terrorists encouraged it to ramp up the terror. Jeremy Glick called his wife Liz.
So he was free to talk with you, or was he trying to speak to you surreptitiously?
He was free to talk to me. I was a little bit, I think, surprised by, the air of what, the aura of what was going on the plane. I was surprised by how calm it seemed in the background. I didn't hear any screaming. I didn't hear any noises. I didn't hear any commotion.
At 9:36, air traffic controllers watching radar screens saw Flight 93 make a hard left turn, veering sharply off course. Passengers felt the plane banking steeply. It was now heading southeast. 2 minutes later, Cleveland Control picked up another bizarre transmission from one of 2 hijackers now locked in the cockpit.
Here's the captain. I would like to remain seated. We are vulnerable and protect the airport and our demand to remain quiet.
What else but sheer terror could the passengers have been feeling? Marion Britton, a 53-year-old manager for the Census Bureau, called an old friend, Fred Fiumano, in a panic.
She said, they're going to kill us, you're going to die. And I told her, don't worry about taking you for a ride. And you can't say, what else are you going to say? I said, don't worry, they hijacked the plane, they're going to take you for a ride, you go to their country, and you come back. You stay there for vacation. No, you don't know what to say. What are you going to say? And I kept on saying the same things, and be calm. And she was crying, more or less crying and screaming and yelling.
But ominous news had been circulating among the passengers when Tom Burnett made a second call to his wife.
He asked me about the World Trade Center. He asked if it was a passenger airline, and I told him I didn't know. And he said, okay. And he hung up again, said that he had to go.
At 9:43, the Pentagon was hit. The FAA ordered all airborne planes to the ground, but Flight 93 maintained an erratic course for Washington, D.C. 2 minutes later, Todd Beamer picked up one of the onboard airphones and dialed 0. He was connected with GTE supervisor Lisa Jefferson, who told Stone Phillips about the call.
I asked him his name. He told me Todd Beamer. He's from Cranberry, New Jersey. And At that point, his voice went up a little bit because he said, "We're going down. We're going down. No, wait, we're coming back up. We're turning around. We're going north. We're going north." At this point, I don't know where we're going. I don't know. I really don't know. Oh, Jesus, please help us.
Those were all his words?
Yes. Then he told me, he said, "In case I don't make it through this, would you please do me a favor and call my wife and my family and let them know how much I love them?" So I told him I would.
Tom Burnett called Dina a third time.
I said, "Tom, they just hit the Pentagon." He said, okay. I told him I had called the authorities. He said, "We can't wait for the authorities. We have to do something."
Think about that. In less than a half hour, more than 36 individuals, complete strangers, were becoming we. 9:45 a.m., Flight 93 had been in the air for just over an hour, its destination no longer California. Radar was tracking a path straight to Washington, D.C. The White House, Pentagon, and the U.S. Capitol were all being evacuated. If the hijackers had encouraged more than 36 calls by cell phone or onboard earphones in the seats, they didn't anticipate the consequences. Now the passengers knew they had nothing to lose. Strangers just an hour before were now running through their options. Americans to the end, Jeremy Glick said they were going to take a vote. He wanted his wife's advice.
We're talking about attacking these men. What should I do? And, I was scared about giving him the wrong, information. I didn't want to do something wrong and have something terrible happen.
They did know they were running out of time. They were making a plan and had any number of people willing and able to carry it out. Lou Nackey, a guy with a Superman tattoo on his shoulder, could probably back it up. Mark Bingham once tackled a mugger on a San Francisco street. That summer, he'd run with the Bulls in Pamplona. Japanese student Toshiya Kuga played American football. He was a linebacker. Richard Guadagno, a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service manager, was trained in hand-to-hand combat. And Jeremy Glick wasn't just another guy in a business suit.
When he was in college, he was the National Collegiate Junior Judo Championship. So he was really strong.
There were strong women, too. Flight attendant Cece Lyles was a former cop.
Cece was a tough one. Cece was a very tough cookie. And even when we play and wrestle around, I know she's pretty tough. So I would say that, Cece probably had her hands in her own fate because she always wanted to determine her own fate anyway.
New York Times reporter Jerry Longman spent months investigating the Flight 93 story. In his book, Among the Heroes, Longman reports that Debbie Welsh, the 6-foot-tall senior flight attendant, had overpowered a drunken passenger once and shoved him into his seat. Passenger Diora Bodley had been captain of her high school basketball team. And both Lauren Grancolis and Linda Gronlund were trained emergency medical technicians.
Linda Gronlund had once dislocated her leg and had set her own kneecap in the driveway while waiting for her, the ambulance to arrive.
Among the women, who else would have been known as tough?
Well, there was Hilda Marson. Once a man tried to snatch her purse and she beat him over the head with her umbrella, so she wasn't afraid to stand up for herself.
Neither was 4'6" Colleen Frazier.
She had red spiked hair. She once commandeered a paratransit bus and drove it down to Washington to browbeat the senators into passing the American with Disabilities Act.
Tom Burnett's strength was problem solving. It was practically a job description for the COO of a medical technology firm. Working the problem is what he did best.
He was very busy. He was taking down information. He was planning what they were going to do. And he was not interested in reviewing his life or whispering sweet nothings into the telephone. I assure you, he was problem solving, and he was going to take care of it and come on home.
Claudette Green never heard from her husband Don at all, and she thinks she knows why.
I've never actually missed the fact that he didn't call. I think he was busy. I'm convinced he was very busy. He didn't have time to make a call.
Don Green might have been the answer to the ultimate question. If the pilot and co-pilot had been killed, what would the passengers have done after they overpowered the hijackers? An executive in the aviation business, Green had thousands of hours in a cockpit as a private pilot. He could fly a plane before he could drive a car.
He had the knowledge to fly and land that airplane. If there was any way he could get into the cockpit and take over the airplane, I think he would have tried to do that.
Another passenger on the manifest, Andrew Garcia, had experience as an air traffic controller with the Air National Guard. The atmosphere in the cabin was tense but quiet as people readied themselves for whatever lay ahead. Flight attendant Sandy Bradshaw called her husband and said she was getting scalding water ready to throw at the hijackers. Joseph DeLuca called his dad. His girlfriend, Linda Grondland, called her sister, Elsa Strong.
She said, "Hi, Els. This is Lynn. I just wanted to tell you how much I love you." And she said, I please tell Mom and Dad how much I love them. And then she got real calm and said, "Now my will is in my safe, and my safe is in my closet. And this is the combination." And she just told me the combination of her safe. And then she just said, "I don't know if I'm ever going to get a chance to tell you again in person how much I love you, but I'm really going to miss you." And then she said goodbye.
Lauren Grancolis left a second message for her husband, Jack. In a voice so composed, he says she might have been calling from a supermarket.
I heard her say, "There's a little problem on the plane. I'm totally fine. Just a little problem, and I want you to know how much I love you. Know that." Stopping herself from saying, "I'll call you back," as if she didn't want to leave a haunting promise. And then mentioning that she was fine and comfortable for now, and that she loved me more than anything. Just know that, and that it was just a little problem, as if it was something they were going to take care of. And to tell my family how much I love them, and goodbye.
Then Grancolis handed her phone to Elizabeth Wainio, the younger woman sitting next to her, and said to call her family. She called her stepmother, Esther Hyman.
Elizabeth seemed to be speaking calmly, but her breathing was shallow, as if she were hyperventilating. And Esther said, "Elizabeth, I've got my arms around you, and I'm holding you, and I loved you." She was trying to calm her. And Elizabeth said, "I can feel your arms around me, and I love you too." And they talked for, I think, approximately 10 minutes. There were long silences. Esther began to get the feeling that Elizabeth was resigned to what was going to happen to her, and that she actually seemed to be leaving her body, going to a better place. She had had two grandmothers who were deceased, and at one point she told her mother, "They're waiting for me."
At home in Florida, Lorne Lyles was still asleep. A police officer, he'd worked the night shift. Shortly before 10, the telephone woke him up.
And she was like, "Babe, my plane has been hijacked." She said they forced their way into the cockpit. And then she went on to say that, she said, "Babe, I need for you to tell the kids that I love them. I love you all dearly." Like that. And then I thought, me just waking up, I thought she was joking, I said, "Babe, stop joking." She said, "No, babe, I'm not joking. I won't call you and play like that."
Tom Burnett called home a fourth and final time.
And he said, "Okay, there's a group of us and we're going to do something." I said, "No." I said, "Please sit down and be still and be quiet. Don't draw attention to yourself." And he said, "No." He said, "If they're going to drive this plane into the ground," he said, "we've got to do something."
Liz Glick had begun to see that too.
And then, I finally just decided, gut instinct, that, honey, you need to do it. And then he joked. He's like, "Okay, I have my butter knife from breakfast," which is totally like Jeremy.
As they both cried, Jeremy took the time to prepare his wife for a life without him.
We said, "I love you," 1,000 times over and over and over again. And it just brought so much peace to us. And it wasn't even the word. I felt, the feeling from it. And, he told me to, he said, "I love Emmy, who's our daughter, and to take care of her." And then he said, "Whatever decisions you make in your life, I need you to be happy. And I will respect any decisions that you make." And that's what he said. I think that gives me the most comfort. He sounded strong. He didn't sound panicked, very clear-headed. I told him to just, put a picture of me and Emmy in his head to be strong.
So you were strong for him as he was strong for you.
I mean, neither of us panicked. He knew that he was not going to make it out of there.
And so did you.
Yeah. I had hope.
Several passengers recited the Lord's Prayer together. Todd Beamer was one of them. Lisa Jefferson said it along with him.
After that, he had to sign his voice. He took a deep breath. He was still holding the phone, but he was not talking to me. He was talking to someone else. And he said, "You ready? Okay, let's roll."
Flight attendant Sandy Bradshaw told her husband they were all running to first class together. "I've got to go. Bye," she said, and dropped the phone. Elizabeth Wainio ended her call abruptly, too.
Shortly after 10, Elizabeth said, "Mom, they're rushing the cockpit. I've got to go. Bye."
The counterattack had begun. Television worldwide was broadcasting the news of a terror attack on New York City. Now the Pentagon was burning too. But terrorists had chosen another target. Those plans were about to be thwarted. At 10 o'clock, a counterattack had begun. Jeremy Glick interrupted his 26-minute call to his wife Liz. "Hold the line," he said. "I'll be back." But she couldn't bear to listen and handed the phone to her father, Richard Makeley.
There was no noise for several minutes, and then there was some screams in the background. And so I said, "Well, they're doing it."
Lauren Lyles was still holding the phone too.
And then I hear commotion in the background, and then, I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what to think had happened. All I know, I got disconnected, and I got disconnected with her screaming.
After Todd Beamer's signal, people in the back of the plane started running forward. The way a Boeing 757 is configured, with one narrow aisle running up the center, they would have to have charged single file. Based on interviews with investigators and family members who heard the cockpit voice recorder tapes last spring, New York Times reporter Jeree Longman can reconstruct the scene.
The government's theory is that the passengers did actually reach the cockpit using a food cart as a battering ram and a shield.
Why did they think that?
Well, from digital enhancement of the voice recorder, there's a sound of plates and glassware crashing near the end of the flight.
But one person would had to have been behind that cart.
It took brave people can you imagine if you were that first person in line rushing forward and the curtain was closed in first class and you had no idea what you would be encountering when you pulled that curtain back? It took a brave person to do that.
Witnesses in rural Pennsylvania saw the plane flying at very low altitude, but at very high speed, making erratic wing maneuvers, rocking back and forth.
Some investigators believe that the hijackers were trying to, waggle the wings to keep the passengers from getting forward, to kind of knock them around like bowling pins.
But waggling the wings then wouldn't have been necessary unless there had been a threat to the cockpit.
Oh, sure. And at one point you can hear, in the cockpit, and then someone says something that's unintelligible and kind of garbled, but it's the sense that if we don't do that, then, quote, we'll die.
On the cockpit tape, the hijackers are reportedly heard telling each other to hold the door, while someone on the outside shouts, "Let's get them."
During this part, the hijackers are also praying.
What are the nature of their praying?
Saying sort of God, God, they're saying, "Allahu, Allahu Akbar, God is great."
Is there a sense at this point that the hijackers know that the flight is going to end prematurely?
They're obviously threatened and feel threatened. And at one point, one of the hijackers suggests shutting off the oxygen supply to the cabin. But as I understand it, it's a very difficult or impossible thing to do. It wouldn't have had any effect on the breathing of the passengers because they were below 10,000 feet. And then the hijackers began talking about, should we finish? And on the transcript, it says, finish it/her off.
It's unclear whether the hijackers are referring to the flight itself or to an unidentified woman heard pleading for her life earlier on the tape.
in the final moments of the struggle, according to the families who heard the tape, that voices that seemed muffled and distant all of a sudden became clearer. They took that as some corroboration that the passengers actually, and perhaps crew, actually did reach the cockpit.
Do you mean reach it, breach it?
Or get inside.
They got in.
Yeah, I mean, that's the government theory, that they actually got inside. Near the end, you hear in English words, roll it up and lift it up or turn it up or pull it up. The families have taken that as a sign that the passengers and perhaps crew were trying to regain control of the plane.
Lee Purbaugh, a Pennsylvania steelworker, watched the plane go into the ground.
And I heard this loud noise, and I happened to look up, and jet come right straight over my head. And it was real low, and it probably crashed down and went nose to tail.
The end came at 10:06 in the loose, porous soil of a deserted strip mine in coal country near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. They would come to be proclaimed heroes, but at that moment, they were parents or siblings or wives or husbands. All morning, Lisa Beamer sat anxiously watching television, like the wife of a missing seafarer might have scanned the horizon from a widow's walk.
When I heard them say that was the United flight from Newark to San Francisco that just went down, and I said, that's his flight. And my friend said, no, he might be on a different one. He might not have made it on the plane. He might, and I said, no, I know that's his flight. And I just said, no.
There was a policeman at my house that they had sent over to stay with me, and he saw it first. And he turned around and he said, I think I have bad news for you. And when he said that, I just turned toward the television. I ran to the television. And I said, is this Tom's flight? He said, yes. And I was still holding to the telephone. I held onto the telephone for 3 hours until the battery ran down.
Tom Burnett left 3 daughters. The oldest twins were only 5 at the time.
And I sat them on the bed, and I told them that Dad was not coming home. And Madison asked if she could call him on his cell phone. And I told her no, that he didn't have a cell phone in heaven. And Hallie said, well, can the postman take a letter to him? So they understand, I think, that he's not coming home. But they don't understand exactly where he is or why. And it makes it very difficult.
At least 20 children lost a parent that day. Claudette Green, now a widow with 2 children, took her inspiration from Jackie Kennedy.
I remember thinking, how does she do that? Because I had been to funerals of people weeping and sobbing and falling apart. And I was so impressed with her and the dignity she had. And it hit me that night. It's because she had children. She was there for them. And I have thought about her every day since.
One day there will be a permanent national memorial here to the crew and passengers of Flight 93. 40 men and women whose lives intersected for a little over 2 hours. They barely knew each other, might not have known each other's names, but they gave one another courage and a chance to live or die with dignity. 40 individuals who helped us see the best in ourselves on a very dark day. They'll be remembered in many different ways. Jack Grancolis dedicated a new birthing room at a California hospital in memory of his wife and their unborn child.
It will be an honor to Lauren's family and friends to know that her name will always be a part of happy new beginnings. As Lauren would say, don't mourn my passing. No, instead, celebrate my life.
Lou Nackie's sister and brothers each got a Superman tattoo like he had. Daryl Bodley took a trip to Afghanistan to try to understand something about why his daughter Diora was killed. The men and women of Flight 93 won't merely be remembered, but remembered as heroes. 40 strangers forever united in a nation's gratitude for what they did. And what was that? Given the choice, they chose to act.
If there's any beauty in this whole thing that's gone on, It's that there are people out there who are people of character. I mean, I wonder deep in my heart, if I was Todd, what would I have done? Would I have done the same thing as he did? And I think, Todd was an ordinary guy. He was extraordinary to me and to his family, but to the world, he was ordinary. And like any ordinary guy getting on a plane that day in a business suit, he was able to do extraordinary things.
And I want to say thank you to NBC News for putting that together back then to share this story. There's many more stories, many more. And I want to say shout out to Wandering Orphan for doing this part. I appreciate that so much. And I'll be putting the link to her live in the description as well. So if you are on replay, definitely click over on the description and click that link. And then go leave some love over there and check out that as well. I want to say thank you to her for helping out with that. I'm going to switch to something that the architect sent me real quick. And then we're going to go into a bunch of little updates and clips and things like that. And then we're going to get into the end of Osama bin Laden's segment of the show. And then we'll be closing it down. Unfortunately, I apologize. I'm going to have to go for the manhunt after the show is over. But I'll definitely be checking out the replay. So I want to say I appreciate you all so much. But the duty calls, so I got to do it. And I'll let you guys know later on today if I'm going to be hitting the road. I might be heading out that direction. I'm going to take a look at the updates and see what's going on and discuss with the team what we think is the best move coming up here. And so I'll let you guys know, and I'll keep you guys updated. I'll definitely be having a show this afternoon, this evening. So let me switch to this. I apologize, the architect. For some reason, Discord, when I click on a photo now, it just blows it up so huge I can't even zoom it back. So the architect sent me a picture, and it says, this is from Cleveland Hopkins. And let me see here 1 second. And it says, I don't know, I have to mess with Discord. People attribute it to the mass confusion going on that day. And this is what Mayor White said. This was from WCPO TV Cincinnati on 9/11/2001 at 11:43:57 seconds. Mayor White said the plane had been moved to a secure area of Cleveland Hopkins Airport and was evacuated. United identified the plane as Flight 93. And that's one of the things that made us nervous that day, architect, because you could see on that little flight path as it was turning around from Cleveland, it heads right over Akron. And there's a lot of chatter going around that day. And so the architect says people attribute it to the mass confusion going on that day. That could definitely be true, but he later went on to say that the passengers were taken to Glenn Space Center, which is correct, which is located at Hopkins. That is correct. And debriefed. That seems extremely detailed for a misunderstanding. And I remember hearing that as well, architect. I remember hearing that as well. I want to say thank you. I appreciate your help, sir, and I can't wait to do the future collabs that we got coming up with different parts of the show. And when it comes to some members only stuff, we're definitely going to be having some fun topics and different topics like conspiracies and things like that coming up now that we can do this free time. I'll be able to go on location, so if anything drops, I can go at a drop of a hat and I can be there. I will be on location, so please be patient with any kind of last minute changes to any schedule, because really it's all going to be what's happening out there. And I will be that new microphone on the ground, the community, the presence, and the support. And I'm ready to do this. All right, so we're going to switch to some of these clips and updates when it comes to this portion of the show. We're just going to be going through, playing a few one after another. And there's different ones that I want to share with you guys. Some stuff I didn't even know was taking place this year.
Many heroes to honor this morning. And Marine First Lieutenant Travis Menyon is one of them. He was killed by an enemy sniper in Iraq in April 2007 while saving his wounded teammates. A foundation was started in his memory, and now it's one of the nation's leading veteran service organizations. This morning, the nonprofit is racing in remembrance of the lives lost on 9/11. I want to welcome in Travis's sister and foundation president, Ryan Menyon, to talk about this race. Hey, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And, I want to thank your brother for his service. Tell us about your brother, Travis, and what today would mean to him.
Well, my brother was a midshipman at the United States Naval Academy on September 11, 2001. And when Travis entered into the Naval Academy, we were at a peaceful time in our nation's history. And very quickly that all changed. And he was a young man, along with his fellow brothers and sisters at the Naval Academy, that knew as soon as they were leaving, they were headed off to war. So it became very real for my family that the effects of 9/11 were going to play a role in what my brother was going to eventually do. And he did 2 tours in Iraq, and like you said, was killed during his second tour of duty while pulling to safety 2 of his wounded teammates.
And Ryan, one of the reasons I highlight that is because I think it's important for people at home to know that the men and women who have served in active combat, doing not 1 but 2 deployments, really have gone above and beyond, and they deserve to be recognized for that sacrifice, because I think it just takes a special type of person to have that level of commitment to service and country and swearing that oath. Before his final deployment, Travis visited the New York Fire Department Rescue Company 1, a group known for losing almost all members on 9/11. Tell us about what that visit meant to him and what stuck with him the most, and with you.
It was really important to Travis that he went up to pay his respects to the brave firefighters that gave their lives on September 11, 2001. And he visited Rescue 1 with a Marine buddy of his. And he said they just stopped in to say hello and thank them for their service, and they wouldn't let them leave. They spent the whole day there. They cooked for them. They ate with them. And when he left that fire department, one of the firefighters gave him a hat, and on the back it said 9/11 never forget. And he gave that hat to my dad before he left for Iraq. And he said, "Dad, wear this hat while I'm gone. Remember, this is what we're fighting for." So, 9/11 was super important to him, as it was to all of us. And, they went over there knowing that they were defending the actions that took place that day and fighting ultimately for our freedoms.
Ryan, I have less than 30 seconds. Can you tell us what you want people to take away from all of this today?
I think, like you said, today is a day, 22 years later, we made a commitment to never forget. And I think it's really important that we honor that commitment by getting out, by being in our communities, by remembering the lives and the names of the lives that were given on this day, and honoring those sacrifices.
Ryan Menyon, thank you so much for joining us this morning and the meaningful work that you do in your brother's name. Ryan, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And
3 longtime New York City firefighters on duty.
Thank you all for being here for this special. I appreciate you.
Today, and you have the chance to ask them what they encountered. Emily Roberts joining us live outside EAA's Aviation Museum. So, Emily, you talked with one of those firefighters.
Tammy, retired Battalion Chief Steve Sanfilippo tells me he remembers waking up to a beautiful crystal clear sky the morning of September 11th, 2001. He took time to meet with me on the video call and says despite being on medical leave with a hurt knee, he jumped into action to help when the towers fell. Retired firefighters Matt Nelson and Charles Blake also joining Sanfilippo in the EAA Museum for a 9/11 memorial presentation tonight. That's at 7. They're honoring the 343 members of the fire department who lost their lives that day. Sanfilippo says his personal battalion lost 19 members, but he knew so many more others who never returned home that night.
I don't know if you ever seen the poster with all the members that were died.
On that post, it was at least 70 to 73 members. I worked with knew personally that are no longer with us.
Like I said, the retired firefighters are speaking at 7 tonight inside the museum's Eagle Hangar. The event is free for EAA members, first responders, and active military, and just $5 for everyone else. Coming up in the next half hour, what Sanfilippo remembers most more than 2 decades after the attacks. Live in Oshkosh, Emily Roberts, Action 2 News.
Thank you all for being here.
This morning, we remember the nearly 3,000 people killed 22 years ago on 9/11, the worst terrorist attack on U.S. soil. Today, a volunteer firefighter who survived the attacks is on a mission to break the stigma surrounding mental health and PTSD. CBS News' Haley Ott joins us now with more on him. Haley, you met with him and took a look at the organization.
Good morning, Anne-Marie. Yes, on this September 11th, one first responder who risked his life saving others on that day in 2001 is now working to help others and himself take care of their mental health.
Rob Weisberg's service dog Chip is trained to recognize certain cues of post-traumatic stress disorder.
When he sees them, he comes over and gives me a whack with his paw. And basically he's saying to me, come on, let's go for a walk. Let's change it up. Let's just get you in a different mindset.
A volunteer firefighter who nearly lost his life during 9/11 while helping others, Weisberg has struggled with survivor's guilt and PTSD ever since.
I had my suicide planned out. I just had to do it.
According to federal research, roughly 1 in 3 first responders develops PTSD in the U.S., and first responders are nearly 10 times more likely to contemplate suicide than average Americans. Robert Messeri is the co-founder of Paws of War, the organization that trained Chip and other service dogs to work with first responders and veterans with PTSD.
We help them by placing a dog with them to understand the balance and what this animal could do for them. Right down to sleeping next to you, waking you up when you have night tremors.
Unless you have PTSD, you'll really never understand what it's like. And I tell people all the time, Paws of War provides a safe place for me to be me.
Through Paws of War, Weisberg connected with others who knew exactly what he was going through. Earlier this year, he hiked the Appalachian Trail to raise money for the organization and to raise awareness of PTSD.
Break the stigma, okay? Get people comfortable with the idea of saying, I'm having a problem, I'm gonna get help.
Now, Weisberg is moving forward with new hope for the future and a friend by his side.
And Rob is connected with a lot of other veterans and first responders through that organization, Paws of War. But he also told me he's having lots of conversations with others in his life, anyone who seems like they need to connect, which is opening doors for them to heal as well. Anne-Marie.
I think that's really interesting. You know, it's clear why, you know, he would be suffering from PTSD, but I think a lot of people suffer from PTSD who, you know, the source of that mental sort of situation may not be so obvious. What more have we learned, or what more did you learn about PTSD?
Exactly. Rob himself told me that he knew that he had a very serious issue the morning after the 9/11 attacks. He said that he was staying at his friend's house nearby and some construction material was dropped in a dumpster and he just jumped out of his skin and he said, oh, I've got something I've got to deal with. And the way he described it, PTSD for him, he said, was like you're running at a hotter temperature than everyone else. So if you're talking about potentially boiling over, if you have PTSD, it might take less to get to that point than it would take if you weren't dealing with that. There are also symptoms like flashbacks and really terrible dreams, and it can push people into a very dark place. So it can be really debilitating and disruptive.
And, you know, often people are also accompanied or also sort of feel survivor's guilt, right? Did the group sort of offer any other tips about dealing with survivor's guilt and PTSD?
Thank you, everybody, for being here.
I mean, for Rob and for a lot of people, I think those two things went hand in hand. He said the most important thing when dealing with either of those very big issues is to reach out, ask for help. He's the first one who'll say that. it's part of the reason why he talks to as many people as he possibly can. He said when he went on that really long walk, the Appalachian Trail that we mentioned in the piece, he was basically stopping and talking to other hikers that he ran into about this issue that they were facing in their own lives, and they potentially weren't even first responders and hadn't been through something like he'd been through. So he would say there's a way forward. If you're feeling anything even remotely like this, you just need to reach out and get some help.
Wow. Haley, thank you very much.
It's been 22 years since nearly 3,000 people were killed on 9/11, and today we honor those who died and also shine a light on the many Americans who answered the call after those attacks as America went from being a country at peace to being a country at war. Catherine Herridge spoke to veterans of the War on Terror who are taking a new approach to helping each other heal.
Where we come from, you pull the trigger if it solves a problem. I was a problem that had to be solved.
A retired Delta operator, Derek Natalini, told CBS News he wouldn't trade his 20 years of service for anything, but it came with a price.
I felt like I was hiding who I was from everybody. I didn't understand why I couldn't think. I didn't understand why I couldn't feel responsibly. I didn't understand why I hurt so much.
I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you.
22 years ago, President Bush was at New York City's Ground Zero. His words galvanized the nation.
And the people who knocked these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
And within days, elite military and intelligence operatives known as shadow warriors became the tip of the spear.
There's a calling. It's got to start there. Your heart's on fire for something.
Natalini completed more than 24 deployments, including Afghanistan and Iraq, where he says door breaches and improvised explosive devices caused a traumatic brain injury, or TBI. After he left the Army in 2017, Natalini says
Thank you,
he felt
everybody, for
lost
being here.
and landed in a very dark place. You had a gun in your hand, and you were seconds away from ending your life.
I had it pressed to the side of my head. Yeah.
And you were able to pull back.
Yeah.
Are there other shadow warriors out there who are also struggling?
Well, it's emphatically yes. Emphatically yes.
According to recent VA data, the suicide rate for veterans was 57% greater than non-veterans.
The rate of suicide amongst all veterans, but shadow warriors in particular, is obscenely high.
For more than a decade, PAC Fancher has raised money for educational scholarships benefiting the children of fallen intelligence and military operatives. Through discrete concert events so secret, the name and location are on a need-to-know basis. You've brought in some big names over the years.
ZZ Top, Peter Frampton, Steve Miller Band, Lenny Kravitz, Sammy
Billy Idol.
Hagar, Billy Idol. We had Brad Paisley.
Fancher is now working with Natalini to launch the Operator Relief Fund, a clearinghouse for specialized services that address traumatic brain injury, stress disorders, substance abuse, among other challenges. The goal is more immediate help and access to innovative treatments. They say 180 shadow warriors have been helped.
We Americans owe these shadow warrior families. We need to get in front of this.
With the deep support of his family, Natalini says this holistic approach helped turn his life around.
Had I had to do that by myself, I wouldn't have come back from that.
With this new mission, Natalini says he feels the same sense of purpose he felt on 9/11.
We have an authentic desire to care for that person and that person's spouse. We are working to get it right, one person at a time.
What we learned through our reporting is that there's a real grassroots effort to help these veterans and their families who've also shouldered the burden of multiple deployments, and to offer that help in a way that can complement existing VA services. Tony.
I'd like to bring in now retired New York City firefighter Rob Serra. Rob, thank you so much for being here.
Now to a live look from New York City. This morning marks 22 years since the September 11th attacks. Tonight, the sky will be lit by twin beams of light, reminding us of the day that fundamentally changed America.
And this morning, people from around the country will come together here in San Antonio
Thank
for the
you,
San
everybody, for
Antonio
being
110 9/11 Memorial Climb.
Jessica Coombs joins us live this morning at the Tower of the Americas with, there's a lot of motivation, obviously, Jessica, behind this climb.
Sarah Berry, just like many of us are starting off our morning right now, this is how that day would have started for many of the nearly 3,000 people who lost their lives on 9/11. This morning, the steps here at Tower of the Americas will be climbed twice, representing the 110 floors of the Trade Towers and actually exceeding the number of steps that many of those first responders took 22 years ago today. If you take a look behind me, you can see they're already staging the area. We've got some people who are setting up, getting ready to make that climb. 100 different agencies with more than 500 first responders and hundreds of military members and members of the community all joining together for this climb. It's going to start with a ceremony at 7:45 this morning with a tolling of the bells and a moment of silence at 8:46 at the exact time when the North Tower was struck. First responders around the country are going to take the initial climb. Each of them will have a name of someone who served, one of those 343 firefighters, police officers, and EMS crews who all lost their lives responding to the World Trade Center. San Antonio 110 is actually one of the largest memorial climbs in the country. And this morning, anyone who is set here to come and climb, we've got first responders from all over the country joining, as well as people from the community. They've already pre-registered, so if you're planning to climb, you had to do that ahead of time. However, if you want to help donate, because a lot of the money that comes to this helps go back to helping first responders. In fact, San Antonio 110 has donated more than $100,000 to support first responders. If you want to be a part of that mission, you can donate anytime at sanantonio110.com. But reporting now from downtown live, I'm Jessica Coombs, KENS 5.
And I want to thank them. And I wanted to just leave this beautiful picture right here. And I also wanted to put this beautiful picture up here too. Even though it was a screen cover for some traumatic things that were on the program that I didn't want to show it, it's the beauty that it possesses in the skyline of New York. I also want to say thank you, an extra thank you to Cherry for making this American flag avatar picture. Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to get into the last segment of the show. The other segment, Wandering Orphan, thank you so much for your time and effort for covering that. And I'll definitely be putting that link. If you're on replay, I'll be putting that link in the description for you to go check out that part. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support. Thank you. And thank you for doing that part as well. It is an important part of this story. That's what this episode is for. And I'm so glad that Wandering Orphan is able to help contribute with that as well. And I'll be throwing the link out there again. Definitely go subscribe. We're getting to the last segment of the show. And we're going to be getting to the end of Osama bin Laden. And then after that, unfortunately, I'm going to have to switch to the manhunt for the live coverage. So I apologize about that. But I will be checking on replay. So thank you so much, everybody. And I will keep you updated on what the plans will be for the next 24 to 36 hours. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate you so much. The community is so beautiful. It's a tough day, and I appreciate everybody, just understanding. Really, it means a lot to all of us. Thank you so much, everybody. All right, now we are on the end of OBL.
You are about to meet one of the men who shot Osama bin Laden. Mark Owen recently left the Navy's elite counterterrorism unit, SEAL Team 6. Mark Owen is not his real name. It is the name that he used to write a new book about the assault on bin Laden's compound called No Easy Day. Owen was on the helicopter that crashed into the compound. He was the second man in bin Laden's bedroom, and he took the pictures of the body that the world has never seen. Owen received a Silver Star for valor and a Purple Heart for a wound suffered in the raid. But despite all that, Owen told us in his only interview that No Easy Day is not about him. He says it's a tribute to the hundreds of Americans who gathered intelligence, planned, and trained in the 10-year pursuit of the world's most wanted man. SEAL Team 6, he told us, just took care of the last 40 minutes.
And I just want to pause this real quick, everybody. We've done okay so far with any kind of issues when it comes to not being able to share this information. Just in case there is a part of the show where it says it's unavailable, just stick around for a few minutes, please. It will be back. This is the last segment, and if it does happen, I will definitely be sharing the link again to this episode so you can finish the viewing for yourself. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I appreciate it. These are things that I've collected over time with a couple updates in between, and I thought this would be a great way to kind of explain that day. And I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Was this a mission, was the plan to kill Osama bin Laden or capture him before you went in?
This was absolutely not a kill-only mission. It was made very clear to us throughout our training for this that, hey, if given the opportunity, this is not an assassination. You will capture him alive if feasible.
That was the preferred thing.
Yes.
To take him alive, if you could.
Yeah. I mean, we're not there to assassinate somebody. We weren't sent in to murder him. This was, hey, kill or capture.
We've never heard the story from someone who was there. The raid, May 1st, 2011, had been years in the making. But in the moment, the best laid plans failed, leaving a small team of Americans to improvise victory from near disaster.
This operation was one of the most significant operations in U.S. history, and it's something that I believe deserves to be told right and deserves to go in a book and stand for itself.
You're in disguise as we do this interview today, and I wonder why.
The focus shouldn't be on me. The focus should be on the book. I'm not trying to be special or a hero or anything. I'm just trying to tell the bigger story.
But you're in disguise also for your own security.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell me about that. What concerns you?
You know, the enemy has a long memory.
And so we spent a long time perfecting a new look for Owen. Before each interview, the best artist spent 4 hours thoroughly changing his appearance. We've used shadows to enhance the effect, and we've altered his voice.
When I first joined the Navy,
Chief Petty Officer Owen was in the Navy 14 years. He had read about the SEALs in junior high school and set his sights. How many times have you been to war since 9/11?
I've done 13 combat deployments.
Afghanistan?
Afghanistan, Iraq, all over.
There are several SEAL teams, but Owen rose to the very top, a unit called the Naval Special Warfare Development Group, SEAL Team 6. SEAL Team 6 is made up of a number of squadrons, and I wonder, why was your squadron chosen for this particular mission? Was there something special about you?
Nope. Certainly nothing special about me. Nothing special about the 24 guys that were chosen. Nothing special about our squadron. It really could have been any number of guys.
You just happened to be available for training.
Yes.
In April 2011, they had just returned from Afghanistan when they were told to report to North Carolina for an exercise. Give me the lay of the land here. What do we see? Owen walked into a top-secret briefing room, saw a model of a compound, and heard this from his buddies. What did they say?
Today we found bin Laden, or we think we found bin Laden, and they want us to come up, rehearse and come up with a plan. If there's going to be a ground option approved, they want us to rehearse for one.
What did you think?
Awesome.
The mission was Operation Neptune Spear, under the authority of the CIA. The agency had tracked a bin Laden courier to a curious compound in Abbottabad, Pakistan. They'd been watching the compound with satellites. The house seemed too big for the neighborhood. There was no telephone connection. The people there burned their trash. There was a wall 12 feet high and a walled-in balcony. Who lived up there?
They briefed us on the individual they were calling the pacer.
The pacer?
The pacer. So he would come out of the house and kind of walk around the yard to what was assessed to just be getting exercise.
Where did the pacer pace?
Over here.
In this courtyard back here?
Right. So he'd just kind of walk out in here, and a lot of the vegetation out here was probably purposely planted so surveillance couldn't see down on him.
And he would just go round and round and round?
Yep. He'd walk around the yard. Sometimes he'd walk what they assessed to be a female. They'd just walk around the yard. They never stopped to help anybody do any work. If there was other people in the yard working, he never seemed to do any of that. It's almost above it.
Above doing the manual labor. He was the boss, whoever he was.
Right.
The pacer had been in Abbottabad about 5 years. It's a well-to-do city of 1 million people. The compound was about a mile from the Pakistani military academy. In terms of the inside of the house, how much did you know?
Zero.
So once you went through the door, you didn't know what you were going to be facing.
Right. But again, it goes back to that years of experience. I mean, we've done this a million times.
Raids like this were common many nights in Afghanistan and Iraq. And looking at the model, the SEALs didn't think of this as particularly challenging. The tricky part was getting there. The U.S. wasn't telling Pakistan, so the helicopters could be shot down by Pakistan's modern air defenses. The pilots were from the Army's 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment. 2 modified Blackhawks, call signs Chalk 1 and Chalk 2, would drop 24 SEALs and a Belgian Malinois combat dog named Cairo.
Chalk 1, which is the one I was on, was going to hover over the compound here. We would drop the 2 fast ropes, slide down the ropes into the courtyard here, and then go about our business while Chalk 2 would land out here, just over here by the road, drop the external containment team off. They would provide security external. We'd have 2 men, and our combat assault dog would do a quick patrol of the perimeter down to the south and around to make sure that there was no tunnels underneath the walls if somebody did hear us coming and had time to escape. After dropping those guys off, the second helo was going to come up, hover over the 3rd floor, drop off the remaining guys. They would then hop right down into the balcony, assaulting from the top down, and our guys would assault from the bottom up.
A few days after getting the mission, they had their plan. And so began weeks of rehearsals on a full-size version of the compound built in North Carolina. How many times did you assault it? How many times did you train on it?
A lot. Between when we got the mission and when we left for Afghanistan, we probably, get 100 times.
So how unusual was this kind of training?
Yeah, very unusual. I've never had all the mock-ups. I've never rehearsed for something for 3 weeks.
One rehearsal had an audience. The nation's highest-ranking officer, Admiral Mike Mullen, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the head of Special Operations, Admiral Eric Olson, and observers from the White House.
One of the things that I liked after the fact was I remember Admiral Mullen coming by and talking to each one of us, and then Admiral Olson as well. And I thought that was cool. That they walked by, shook each of our hands, and said, "Hey, are you guys ready? Can you guys pull this off?" And I'm pretty sure to a man, we all said yes, absolutely.
The team got several days off at home around Easter. Then, in late April, about a month after they got the mission, they loaded on a plane bound for a U.S. base in Afghanistan. The president wasn't convinced yet. No one confirmed that bin Laden was the pacer, so SEAL Team 6 was on standby. One of the passengers on their plane was a CIA analyst who had spent 5 years on bin Laden's trail.
I can't give her enough credit. I mean, she, in my opinion, she kind of teed up this whole thing and is just, wicked smart, kind of feisty. And she was, we'd always talk back and forth. Hey, what do you think the odds of this are? What do you think the odds of that are? And, hey, what do you think? You think he's there? She's like 100% he's there.
And you thought what?
Well, we'll see.
3 days later, on April 30th, the president was telling jokes at the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner. CIA Director Director Leon Panetta's belly laugh was heard all across the room. Reporters in ball gowns and tuxedos had no idea that just a few hours before, President Obama had ordered Panetta to launch the raid. Mr. Obama kept to his schedule, thinking that on this night, it was better to have reporters drinking and laughing than asking questions. When did you first hear that the president had approved your mission?
The commanding officer of our command walked in and said, "Hey, just got off the phone. The mission's approved."
What did you think?
This is big. This is cool. I'm glad I'm a part of it.
The raid was supposed to be April 30th, but the weather was bad. The next night, Vice Admiral William McRaven saw the men off. He was a SEAL, and he had planned the mission as head of the Joint Special Operations Command. Just before midnight, the Black Hawks started the sprint from the U.S. base in Jalalabad, Afghanistan, to Abbottabad, about 150 miles away. The helicopters were blacked out against a clear, moonless night. The Army pilots, guided by night vision goggles, flew high speed, treetop level, under Pakistani radar.
It was roughly an hour and a half. I remember, we took off, shut the doors, and the radio call I heard was, hey, we're over the border, we're crossing the border into Pakistan. And I remember thinking, wow, this is okay, this is happening. And I swear I glanced around the helicopter and half the guys were sitting there asleep on the ride in. It's an hour and a half ride. You guys got to catch a few Z's on the way in.
Wait a minute. Your team is flying in to Osama bin Laden's compound and they're asleep?
Yeah, no, it's your time to just kind of shut your eyes, relax, mentally walk through whatever you need to walk through.
It was about 1 o'clock in the morning. 66 degrees, 65% humidity with calm winds.
At 1 minute, we opened the door and I just kind of swung my legs out and I'm sitting there looking down. I'm thinking, wow, this is a beautiful spot. Houses with pools in the backyard, well lit, manicured yards. Like, wow, this is definitely not, the mud huts of Afghanistan.
Somehow there was a blackout in the neighborhood. No one will say whether that was luck or design, but it meant ideal darkness for the SEALs with their night vision goggles. You could see the compound coming.
Mm-hmm.
You had the door to the Black Hawk open,
mm-hmm.
and your legs were swung outside.
Right. To make a little more room, be faster to, quicker for everybody to get out and faster up out of the helicopter. So everybody's getting ready to fast rope. And then all of a sudden we banked hard 90 degrees. Once we went hard 90, it was very apparent that something was wrong.
Owen doesn't know what went wrong, but pilots say that a chopper can lose lift when it drops into the turbulence of its own downdraft. And the turbulence would have been much worse because the downdraft was being magnified and reflected by the compound's walls.
These pilots are the best in the world. You don't get better than these guys. And typically they just, boom, they move right in and they stick it. It's like parking a car for these guys. And it was a rough ride. We were pretty low, tail rotor and everything happened to miss this wall here, and then we were just kind of sliding and falling out of the sky this way. I was now in the front of the helicopter, although I was sitting on the left side. I was now in the front. My buddy right behind me, he pretty much should have fallen out. If it weren't for him hanging on to me, there's a good chance I would have been thrown from the helicopter.
As the helicopter is going down, what were you thinking?
This is going to suck, hey, wow.
The carefully rehearsed plan was out the window before the first boot hit the ground. With one helicopter and half the SEALs crashing, the second helicopter abandoned the roof assault as too risky, and the SEALs began to improvise. One thing was sure now, the people in the house knew they were coming. The raid on bin Laden's house was supposed to be straightforward. 2 helicopters, call signs Chalk 1 and Chalk 2, carried 24 members of SEAL Team 6, each man hauling 60 pounds of gear. One group planned to slide down ropes onto the roof of the house. Mark Owen's group planned to rope down into the courtyard. But Owen's helicopter crashed, and now everything was changing for the most important counterterrorism assault in U.S. history. Tell me about the crash.
The pilot had mentioned, I remember him mentioning in the rehearsals, he's like, you know, if I have to ditch this thing, I'm going to try and put it down in this courtyard. So that's exactly what he did. You could tell, you could hear the helicopter winding up.
He was putting all the power on it he could, but it wasn't helping.
No, nothing. Came in and impacted, boom. Had the angle been more, the rotors would have hit the ground, snapped off, and caused us to roll. Had the tail rotor hit, obviously would have broken, caused us to break and roll. The load-bearing section of the tail landed precisely on the wall.
The strongest part of the tail just happened to land on the wall.
Yep, and the angle happened to be perfect. It all came down to inches, really, inches either way. We stopped, the main rotor blades are still turning. I don't think you could recreate that if you tried.
Lucky,
but again, huge props to these pilots. I mean, everybody wants to meet the guy who shot bin Laden. I want to meet the pilot. I mean, I wouldn't be here if it weren't for him.
If the pilot had not brought your helicopter down intact, would the mission have failed?
No, I don't think so, because Chalk 2 was on the ground, and as soon as they saw us crash land, that Chalk 2 helicopter pilot saw that happen, decided not to push the position to go to the roof. And that's one thing that Admiral McRaven said in one of our very last rehearsals, briefs, dry runs right there in Afghanistan before we launched. He stood up and he said, hey, listen, don't try any fancy stuff. Just get the guys on the ground and they'll figure it out.
You mentioned in the book that one of the Army pilots that was flying your team looked to you to be about 50 years old.
He was definitely a little older.
But I guess in this line of work, it's experience that matters.
Yeah, he's probably been flying longer than I've been alive, so nothing wrong with that.
They had planned to be on the ground 30 minutes, but now they were running late. Owen's team landed in this courtyard, walled off from the house. So your team does what?
I ran out here, I turned around and looked, and I see the guys on the left side of the helicopter. They're sitting staring at the front door. So they simply hop out and go right to the front door like nothing happened.
Go right to this door here.
Yep.
The other helicopter landed outside the perimeter wall, dropped all of its seals, and took off. Now, what's your objective? What's your team supposed to do right now?
We are clearing and securing the southern compound.
You expect to find people in this building, and you want to clear that building so the rest of the team can do what they need to do in here.
Exactly. I think what SEALs are good at is what I consider pickup basketball. We all know how to play the game. You know, you hear the saying in the teams is, can you shoot, move, and communicate? So we all know how to shoot. We all know how to move efficiently and tactically, and we can communicate clearly. So when something goes sideways, we're able to play that pickup basketball and just kind of read off each other.
Now the SEALs were in several groups. One group was outside the perimeter wall to make sure no one escaped. The group that was supposed to rope to the roof was outside the wall looking for a way in. Owen led his team to the outer building where they expected to find one of bin Laden's couriers.
We got to the door. Obviously, we made tons of noise at this point. It had taken a little longer to get there. So, you know, the element of surprise is slipping away quickly. We got to the double doors. I tried it once real quick. It was locked. My buddy who was with me is carrying a sledgehammer, pulls it out, gives it a couple good swings. Nothing. Door's not going anywhere, kind of solid metal. So I'm like, okay, we're going explosive. We all carry explosive charges. I pulled one off, got on my knee, and started setting it. And right as I was attaching it, a round started coming through the door at us.
Somebody started shooting at you from inside the house, and the bullets were coming through the door.
Yep. Immediately, my buddy who was standing up started returning fire. I kind of rolled away from the door, blindly returned fire back through. You couldn't see what was on the other side, and then it went quiet. Thankfully, the SEAL that was there with me, that initially returned fire with me, spoke Arabic, so he immediately started calling out to the people inside, started hearing the metal latch on the inside of the door. What are they going to come out with a suicide vest? Are they going to throw a hand grenade out? Are they going to, spray their AK? Door opens up, a female holding the kid, a couple kids right behind her.
You got your finger on your trigger and you're looking at a woman with her children.
Yeah. Split second. I mean, we just received fire. My buddy's speaking Arabic. He's asking her, hey, where's your husband? What's going on? And she replies back to him, he's dead. You shot him.
Owen didn't notice until later, but he was bleeding, a shoulder wound from a fragment of something in the firefight.
Yeah, I just got a little piece of frag in my shoulder from some of the rounds that came through. It really wasn't a major wound at all. But I carry a set of bolt cutters to cut locks with. When I got back, I was checking my gears, any holes or anything, and I pull out the bolt cutters, and I've got the bullet stuck in the handle. So the bullet just missed me by a little bit. The handle stick up either side of my head.
Right by your neck. But you don't consider that to be a big deal?
No, plenty of other guys have suffered much worse. So it's not a big deal.
Within 5 minutes, Owen's team cleared the outer house. More SEALs entered the compound and converged on the first floor of the main building. Inside, they found another courier with an assault rifle. Those SEALs were in the process of shooting the second gunman.
Right.
And his wife jumped in front of him.
All the women on target were very hostile. It's something very different than what we see in Afghanistan or Iraq. You typically don't see the women that are this aggressive and hostile. Even though the females had come out of this building and talked to us, they were still very combative and aggressive. So, and we saw that throughout the entire compound, even all the way up on the 3rd floor.
They secured the ground floor and then the 2nd floor. The team continued to head up these stairs single file. The first SEAL in line is called the point man. Owen, at this point, was right behind him, number 2, going up to the 3rd floor. The SEALs had been told they could expect one of Osama bin Laden's sons.
Guys start making their way up the stairs, and it's quiet, it's pitch black in the house, no lights, all night vision. Get to the 2nd floor. Intel had said, we think that Khalid, his son, lives on the 2nd floor.
This is Osama bin Laden's son?
Yeah. The guy in front of me, who's point man, he sees a head pop out and disappear really quick around the corner. It's like, okay, who is it? What do you think? I don't know. He literally whispers, not amped up, not yelling, not anything. He whispered, hey, Khalid. Whispers Khalid's name. Doesn't know if it's Khalid or not. Khalid literally looks back around the edge of the hall, and he shoots him. What was Khalid thinking at that time? Look around the corner. Curiosity killed the cat. I guess Khalid too.
It had been 15 minutes since the crash. It was now about 1:15 a.m. Give me a sense of what this scene is like in there. I mean, are these guys yelling and charging up the stairs? Is there a lot of action? How's it unfolding?
It's not like the movies. Movies make it out to be, loud and crazy and everybody's yelling. This is what we do. We're really good at it, and so it's quiet, calm, like we've done it a million times before. We have a saying, don't run to your death. So nice and slow, and we head up the stairs.
Khalid is dead on this landing. The point man is stepping past Khalid, and now you're number 2 in the stack. You're right behind the point man.
Yep. Kind of trying to look around him, hear him take a couple shots, kind of see a head, somebody disappear back into the room.
The point man had seen someone stick his head out a door and shot him just the way he'd shot Khalid.
Yep.
What did you do then?
Inside the room, I could see a body laying on the ground. Over him was 2 females, real close to the door. They looked up and saw the point man. He steps in to the room, literally rushes the 2 women, grabs one under each arm and pushes them back against the far wall. So if they did have a suicide vest on and they did blow themselves up, that wouldn't affect the rest of the guys.
But it would have killed him.
Yeah.
You stepped into the room and saw the man lying on the floor. What did you do?
Myself and the next assaulter in, we both engaged him several more times and then rolled off and then continued clearing the room.
When you say you engaged him, what do you mean?
Fired.
You shot him?
Yeah.
He's still moving?
A little bit, but you couldn't see his arms, couldn't see his hands. So he could have had a hand grenade or something underneath his chest.
So after Osama bin Laden is wounded, he's still moving. You shot him twice?
A handful of times.
A handful of times, and the SEAL in the stack behind you also shot Osama bin Laden, and at that point his body was still.
Yes.
Did you recognize him?
No. Everybody thinks it was like, it's him. No. To us at that time, it could have been anybody. Maybe this is another brother. Maybe this is a bodyguard. Maybe it doesn't matter. The point is to just continue clearing.
By now, 20 minutes had passed. Every single thing the woman with the CIA had told them on the plane had been right. But time was running. Helicopter was in the air. It only had enough gas to stay for 30 minutes or so. Pakistani neighbors had discovered the SEALs posted outside the compound wall, and it couldn't be long before the Pakistani military would know they were there. One SEAL was charged with keeping an eye on his wristwatch and calling out the dwindling time on the radio. 20 minutes, 15, 10. We'll be right back. As time was slipping away, Mark Owen and a couple of other members of SEAL Team 6 kneeled around a mangled body on the third floor of the house in Abbottabad, Pakistan. Everything the CIA analyst told them about the raid on Osama bin Laden's house had checked out exactly as she said. But was this bin Laden?
You know, in my mind, he looked way younger than I thought he was going to be. His beard wasn't gray at all. You know, I'd studied lots of photos of him, and you know, they were always gray. His beard was dark black. Identifiably, he was very tall. So, okay, you know, you can kind of chalk that up as something.
Bin Laden was about 6'4".
Right. His nose, to me, was something that I could kind of identify. So, you know, kind of looking at the profile shots and everything, I was like, okay, I was pretty sure that was him. But, you know, I'm not willing to make that call. Certainly not at that point.
Not willing because Owen says they suspected the president was listening at the White House, and he was right. The helicopter crash had been reported up the chain of command. Owen says the SEALs wanted proof before anyone said anything on the radio about killing Osama bin Laden. They turned to one of the SEALs in the room who spoke Arabic.
So he moved out to where the women and kids were, grabs one of the younger kids, says, hey, who is that inside? She says, Osama. Osama who? Osama bin Laden.
The child.
The child.
Identified him.
You know, grabbed one of the females, asked her again, say, hey, who is that? She said, Osama bin Laden. So
does a cheer go up among the SEALs? You start shaking hands, patting each other on the back?
No, nothing. It's all business. We're on a clock here. So we call up the commanding officer. He comes upstairs, looks at the body. We give him what we have so far. Hey, here's what he looks like. Take a look. He's tall. Women and kid confirm it. He took one look, said, okay, I think that's him.
The commander used the code word for bin Laden, Geronimo, as he passed the message to Admiral McRaven. For God and country, he said, I pass Geronimo, Geronimo, EKIA, which stands for enemy, killed in action.
And I want to say thank you to everybody for hanging out on this part. I am going to put the link to this video here in chat if you'd like to watch the rest of the story of it. I want to say thank you for your time and your company, your conversation today and your stories. I appreciate your comfort and your strength in sharing those. Definitely go hang out at the Wandering Orphan. She's going to be doing your stories portion, and I appreciate her for her support and helping out with that, and for being a part of it as well. I'm thank you so much. I'm leaving this up here. I just love this American flag picture that you made. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to go. I have to get ready for the manhunt, and I will keep you all updated on the next 36 hours here shortly. I need to go through everything, talk to the team, and we'll let you know what's going on. Thank you, everybody in chat. Thank you, anybody that wasn't even chatting. Thank you to the mods. Thank you all for this presentation of this special day. Thank you for being a part of it. I appreciate you all so much, and I will see you soon. Thank you.